thank y'all for being here. Let's play some game. All right. We have dialogue before we get started. No, it looks like we could just get started. So the dive map has something new here. With Manet's propulsion system hooked up to the suit, we should be able to cross this rift and head into the bloom. There's actually a lot of different places where we can use the propulsion system, I think. And I suspect that maybe some of these are worth kind of digging into. I don't know how much I want to, like, go off to the side and recover samples versus just moving straight along with the plot. Like, this is still weird for me. Sample request reef stock spore. We found stock spores down in the southern reef, but there must be some in this stock forest too. I feel like I've gotten those, but maybe I haven't. Sing stock tissue. Table stock growth. Okay. And this is definitely going to require, like, going across the reef here where the current is strong. So that's why we would need the propulsion system, I think, in order to get here. But yeah, a lot of options to just kind of go digging and find some more samples, but maybe we ignore that and just go for plot and see what happens when we head up into the bloom. Let's go. Let's go bloomin'. Exoplanet extraction. Okay, so you find the controls in the utilities where sampling and everything else is. Okay. Once you've found the propulsion system, let's try it out. But remember, it uses oxygen. Be careful. When you've got the hang of it, let's try to cross the northern rift. Is this the propulsion system? Prime before activation. Oh, and it just straight up uses a chunk of oxygen in order to get ready. And then I can flush it, and it uses another chunk of oxygen in order to get ready. And then this activates it, and then as long as it's active, it's using... I see. Okay. Well, fortunately, I'm in a place where I can refresh my oxygen. Then it takes a little bit of time to refill. That's completely fair. All right. Stop using it. We're going to refresh it. It's going to be full when we get there. Then I want to refresh my oxygen here. Have a sing stock, a shrill sack with me, and this thing? I'm not sure why. All right. But yeah, we can head in the appropriate direction now and do the thing, I guess. All right, so we look at this. Flecks of spores and other organic material whip past in the current, dragged into the dense stalk patches in the west. If I try and go, the vector's blocked. But if I hit this, now the vector's clear. This massive split in the ocean seems almost too violent to be natural. Both sides are almost impossible to see from the center point. And then I gotta kind of move quickly so I don't lose all my things. This pillar rising up from the ocean floor deep below provides shelter from the rift. There's something on the other side, a huge green cloud rising up from the shelf. That must be the bloom. Okay. Are we worried about that, or? Less dramatically shattered than the central reef, and it looks like I'm maybe out of the danger here. Like, if I try to go back out there, yeah, I can't go that way because I don't have the propulsion active. But I can leave here, and I'm safe to just stand here, it seems. Okay. Less dramatically shattered than the central reef, the northern shelf slopes down gently through layers of sediment. Okay. The green wall of a vast bloom of some kind rises up ahead, swirling and obscure. Well, let's go check it out. Oh, yeah, okay. But I can walk into it. That seems alright somehow? Weird. What ecological crisis spawned this green mass? How is it connected to the reef? If the answers are anywhere, they're inside. Probably accurate. Ooh. The water inside is totally anoxic. The suit's rebreather can't function. We'll have to run on reserve oxygen while we're inside this place. Yeah, the music changed too. Bulbous and shiny, these formations sit under a coating of green filaments and growths. But again, this is like I gotta move quick, otherwise... disasters. Filtering fan. The water here is both highly oxygenated and temporarily filtered of its toxic microbes by the fan. Oh, I love that. So this is a place where I can actually just sit if I want to. There's life still hanging on inside this toxic bloom, creating safe zones in order to thrive. Perhaps these creatures can help us learn how to exist in this toxic conditions. Let's take some samples and see what effects they have on the bloom when we deploy them. Okay. You got it. 7% air. Microbial colony, apparently. Fan dust. Bloom oxygenating dust harvested from a filtering fan. Pale fan. These pale, delicate fans are almost bone white against the clouded green of the bloom. These fans seem to be reoxygenating the water. I'll start logging notes. They should be useful. Okay, do we just go over here since this looks reoxygenated already? What if I do this? Yeah, it generates an oxygen zone temporarily. Okay, what if it's connected to the fan, though? Like here. Interesting. It does something weird to the microbes around it, but otherwise doesn't leave any permanent mark. This fan sits among shards of rock, trembling in the cyclical currents of the bloom. Occasionally, this fan shivers, releasing a flurry of green growths that have gathered among its gossamer spines. Right? Take some more samples. I like samples. A sample enjoyer? Such a process. So what have we got out here? A lot of places to go, but all of them sitting in the toxins. So I'll have to be careful about heading out to any of these places. Bivalve creature. This bronze shell sits half buried in the sand, some kind of shelled creature hiding in the silt over there. True. We need to figure out how to tempt it out of its burrow. Perhaps a sample from elsewhere in the bloom? Something that reacts with the microbial growth itself. Not this thing? Bronze shell sits in the sand. What creature lives inside it, and how can we tempt it out? Oh yeah, the fan is sucking up the microbes. So if we do this... well, that got it moving. Oh, and it's keeping it clean. That's nice of it. Silt drift. A rise of silver silt fills the depression created by the corroded rock shelf. The tip of a shell pokes above it. Is that an eye? So if I head over here... yeah, now it's still safe. Can I take a sample? No, no samples available. 0 sampling. But this worked. And now the creature's keeping it clean. I wonder if I can lure the creature somewhere else. Like if I do this. I guess I was too far away. What about, like, closer? No. So there's a radius around the creature that it keeps safe initially, but it doesn't spread out past that. It is having a good time eating the microbes, though, so that's cool. So going out to any of these other places is going to cost me. Here, the rocky shelf of the reef flakes away into large, fragile sheets with razor-sharp edges. Away from the rocks and outcrops, away from the rock outcrops and fans, the visibility in the bloom falls to near zero. The shattered rocks catch microbial strings drifting in the water, draping themselves in a shifting web of hair. Gross. But I think this direction is the direction we need to go, so I guess we'll keep going this direction. And then over to the fan! The bloom is vast. What could cause and sustain these processes on such a scale? With the oxygen gone, the microbes here must be metabolizing some other substance in order to persist. Probably, yeah. The thin streak of oxygenated water behind the fan shimmers faintly with traces of catalytic dust. These fans have to be filtering the water of the bloom to feed. Behind each one is a small area of clear, oxygenated water. This is another bivalve. These creatures bury themselves to hide from the bloom's toxicity, making them one of the few life forms that can survive the bloom. Silt has gathered around the base of this wide outcrop, and the signatures of life forms buried within it can be detected. Okay, so if we drop another one over here, that should wake up the thing, and then it can go in and start eating the microbes and keeping this area clear. Yeah. So now that it's awake and eating the microbes, it's clear. It's safe. Eaten away by the bloom, this outcrop is marked with a patina of tiny holes. To the north, the bloom whips around in cycles of heavy growth, like a thunderhead forming. Alright, well, I'll keep following the path that's clear, I guess. Oh, I forgot to take samples. I need to go back. Well, there's nothing out that way, so I guess this is, like, interesting, but not a thing I can do anything with. So where are we going from here? Out into the dust, I guess. This place is safe. Take more samples here, too. Anchored to the flaking rock, this fan sways softly, dislodging clumps of green growth as it does. There is a faint fizzing that emerges from these fans. It appears to be caused by the coating of their spines reacting with the bloom. The currents of the bloom go stronger as I move away from the rocky outcrops of its southern side. Take some more fan dust. Worst case, this is another, like, 7% oxygen. Go, buddy, go! Keep me safe! A low silt drift provides just enough cover for a bivalve shell, which peeks out from beneath the pale wave of sand. Fan-like fins which can fold down, and a simple set of retractable eyes enable the creature to totally conceal itself within its shell. Cool. Green clouds drift above a rock floor honeycombed with holes. Okay. Let's see if we can find something else safe out here. A refracted glow casts the shattered ground in a cool light. Hey, a safe zone. Up ahead, a fizzing membrane of oxygenated water. Is this what allows the species here to survive this constant toxicity? I don't know. Let's find out once we get in there and stop using up our oxygen. Quit talking to me while we're sitting out in the middle of the poison. Ellery. Within the protective barrier, the water is oxygenated and clear of microbial clouds. What chemical process is being enacted here? Within these complex, transparent structures, the blurred activity of many individual creatures can be seen. These must be nests. These swarms of bright creatures provide vital safe zones in the bloom. Let's start logging data on them. Okay, you do that. That's your job. Within the open structure of these nests, swarms of glinting particles form shifting shapes. Alright, I am attracted to particles. These colonies do well to hold out against the bloom. The individual creatures seem to be able to digest the microbial growth. We can use this. We should try deploying a colony, see if we can create our own safe zone inside this toxic flood. That does sound appealing. Nest workers. Tiny transparent creatures sampled from a woven nest. Silicate skeletons. The ornate domes and porous spheres of these skeletons glint with the purity of their silica growths. Oh, gimme the growths! These strange forms scattered around inside the bubble. Are these skeletons? They resemble radiolarians. The hell is a radiolarian? But far bigger in scale. They are incredibly ornate. A colony of shattered domes lying in the silvery silt. What were these creatures? Oh, I see. Ellery has pretensions of poetry. What is a radiolarian? Since Ellery seems to believe that that is a thing that I should know about. Radiolaria, also called radiozoa, are unicellular eukaryotes of a very small diameter that produce intricate mineral skeletons with a variety of features. Zooplankton. Okay, well, without spending whole minutes deciphering the rest of that wiki article, I don't think I'm going to be able to describe them much better. Alright, let's see what happens if I drop this here. Oh yeah, it does create like a permanent safe zone. That's cool. A strange fizzing light provides a little comfort in this bizarre wasteland. Okay. Yeah, I'll check that out. Nothing but green water and broken rock. Alright, well, I want to keep one of these handy, so I guess I'll just suffer. The shapes of corroded outcrops sit in the west like sleeping giants. What's this thing? Alright, we'll make a safe zone here, I guess. I'm gonna sit here for a little bit longer. So another bivalve, okay. When active, these creatures feed directly on the microbial growth of the bloom, rapidly clearing a patch of oxygenated water. Between the sharp rocks, a pale strip of sand leads on through the green. What is this? Another bivalve. A fan-finned creature, Bloomvein. These strange little creatures are getting a big name. Bivalve Bloomveins. What do you think? Sure? I like it too. we can log them into the taxonomy back at the base. Okay. When awoken, feeds on the bloom's toxic microbes. Between these two rocks, a small pile of shell fragments is gathered. A bronze one glimmers among the green. We could sample it here. Yeah, let's. I'm in. Bivalve shell. Sure. Piles of silt have gathered up against these melted rocks, filling in the gaps beneath their strange, distorted overhangs. So if I drop another one of these here, are you going to wake up and keep this space safe? Yeah, perfect. This clicks. Very good at clicking. Shards of rock with green clouds between turn the seafloor into a miniature landscape. Right, how's my oxygen doing? Not great is how my oxygen is doing. Yeah, we'll just go straight here, and then we can do some reading. Partially concealed among layers of rock, this fan slowly undulates, releasing catalytic dust in its wake. Bloom fan! Sure. Straightforward enough, I suppose. I'm naming these bloom fans. When we finally get out of this place, I'll update the base taxonomy logs. Wow, you got the double name bivalve bloom vein for little animals, and these are just bloom fans? How generic. Pale, delicate fans that feed on the bloom by filtering it through their bodies, using a catalytic dust to counter its toxicity. Blue flashes flicker across the shattered strata of rock. A sickly pale green light filters down onto the rocks. Yeah, that doesn't sound great. Alright, let's grab some more dust here. That seems like a good idea. We can head out this way and hope that it's good. Hope that we find something helpful. Huge plates of layered rock make the floor here into a jagged pattern of small overhangs. This is going to be a safe spot. Then we can read. The rock outcrops of this area are clogged with strings of microbial growth which dance in the slight current. A large bulbous rock emerges out of the rock floor. Silt gathers in the winding cracks that score its surface. The ghost of some equipment lies in the silt, one of many pieces lost in Manet's expeditions into the bloom. Well, that seems helpful. Oh, a waypoint. Heck yeah. The nearby bubble sits alone in this flat plain, scorched by the chemical processes of billions of metabolizing cells. Skeletons. These beautiful lifeless shapes, like sculptors' abandoned works, gather around the way station, rocking gently in the current. Sure, gimme. Ooh, look at the oxygen on this bad boy. 40% oxygen? That's huge. The nesting creatures again. Like the nests themselves, which are woven from transparent threads, the bubbles which protect them also seem to have a delicate skin. Oh, wild. Crystal cylinders. This nest is the way station's protector. Without its swarms of iridescent life, the station would be little more than a rust-eaten frame. Well, we are going out here to take more samples, for sure. Oh, more nest workers. Yeah, okay. The ones that are permanent. These are great things to take samples of. This fizzing border between the bloom and the oxygenated water within is a welcome sight. From here, the bloom rolls out over a vast plain, scraped clean of sand by various currents. This is as far north as we will go. Oh, okay. I guess let's check that out then. Yep, as far north as we'll go. Totally fair. Must have been a struggle to assemble the metallic cage of this way station so deep in the bloom. What led Manet out here? Finally, the way station. With this active, we can call for retrieval all across the bloom. Useful when we run low on oxygen. Open the terminal and we can resupply. And see if Manet left any map data behind. Okay, I've got her logs here. A lot of trips back and forth between here and a laboratory? That means she must have set up a remote lab somewhere deeper into the bloom. Well, that seems like a big deal. She spent months making trips to it, ferrying some materials from elsewhere in the bloom to there. She was studying something important to her. Why would you assume important to her, as opposed to just the bloom? We have to find that lab. I'll log the coordinates on the dive map when we get back to the base. Okay. Do we just go? We probably just go, right? This side of the bubble seems so close to the way station. If it were to shrink, any foothold we have in this green desert would be lost. Yeah, that'd be bad. Let's, not do that, I guess. You know? Let's just have the bubble not shrink. That seems like a good idea. Alright. Back to the lab. We got some samples to do things about. Alright, let's get all of these samples in here. And once everything has been scanned, then we can figure out what we can take back with us. Hey, you back with me? I guess so. Come on, don't be like that. I wanted to ask you about the bloom. I've been trying to understand what's causing it. It seems unlikely that we're looking at a stable ecosystem. It has to be a unique event. And yet creatures have rapidly and effectively adapted to these conditions. How is that possible? There's something we aren't seeing. Something Manet was investigating too. Do you think she knows something we don't? Absolutely. She has to. Maybe she's holed up in the lab mentioned in the map data, waiting for us. I think she's dead. Let's find that lab. You know, Ellery, I don't appreciate your attitude when I have so much to keep track of, and you're sitting there trying to talk to me while I'm scanning data. Like, yeah, sometimes you're not gonna get an answer, alright? I'm busy. I got samples to scan. What do you want from me? No relevant taxonomy entries found. Really? That's terrible. Bloom fan updated. Yep. Oh, it's because the creatures... I haven't found enough of the creatures to log a name for them yet. So this remains unscanned. I think I want to leave one of everything here, regardless. Why was that so difficult? Why was weird? All right, let's read about the taxonomies that we've developed here. Soft bodies by Valvia felphelum. All right. Bloom veins conceal themselves in bronze-colored shells most of the time, only coming out when the opportunity to feed presents itself. Highly attuned to the currents and flows of the bloom, bivalve bloom veins take advantage of any break in the bloom's flow to unfold from their shells and feed. They feed primarily on the bloom's microbial growth itself, able to quickly establish and maintain a feeding zone of oxygenated water. When a bloom vein tires, it will then retreat back into its shell, burying itself in the silt once more. I would like to understand more about how the bloom veins are able to feed directly on the microbes of the bloom, considering the extremely high toxicity. Perhaps something we uncover here could be useful for future expeditions into the unforgiving landscape of the bloom. It does sound like that would be useful, yeah. I would like it if the bloom wasn't heinously poisonous. After being lucky enough to come across an entire bloom vein shell, analysis has provided some possible explanations for the creature's neurotoxin resistance. It's a neurotoxin now? I thought it was just a regular toxin. Oh no, Dr. Ellery, your poor neuro. It's gonna get toxined. The shell itself was found to have radial patterns of tiny holes in certain areas, all of which were found to have a high concentration of the bloom neurotoxin. It seems that when the bloom vein is in its hidden resting state, it exudes the neurotoxin through its shell, processing the glucose in the bloom growth separately. This exuded neurotoxin coats the bloom vein's shell and the surrounding area, making the creature potentially deadly to any predator. This adaptation to the bloom is therefore a highly effective defense mechanism, even if the bloom vein itself is constantly on the edge of a frenzied, neurotoxin-induced death. What a way to go. Branchiomorph. Gill fans. Bloom fans are delicate and pale fan-shaped creatures that filter the toxic microbes of the bloom. As tall as a human and with a wide span of pale spines that form a feather-like shape, they're instantly recognizable in the green, clouded water of the bloom. Anchoring themselves into the sand with a central stem, the bloom fan's filtration leads to a small patch of oxygenated water on the leeward side of the fan. Bloom fans seem to be sensitive to currents, adjusting their angle for better catchment. Better catchment. Catchment. Fascinating. Of microbial growth, and also can often be seen shivering in order to free their delicate filaments of bloom growth. How they contend with the high toxicity and deoxygenated waters of the bloom is unclear, but perhaps analysis of the dust that coats their spines may offer some clues. Sure, let's read about some clues. A close analysis of the fan dust shows that the fans catalyze the bloom's microbes into massively increasing their oxygen production, to the point that the cells themselves are torn apart by the oxygen that bubbles out from within them. This is why bloom fans can be heard to be fizzing when in close proximity. Okay, that's neat, actually, and suggests that oxygen is the primary nutrient the fans acquire from filtering. Interestingly, this analysis suggests that the bloom's microbes are oxygen-producing by nature, and may be a form of algae. It is only their sheer density, blocking their access to sunlight, which means they no longer produce oxygen, but instead choke and poison the ocean. Wow, what a Captain Planet villain. Meanwhile, it seems unlikely that the fans live on oxygen alone. What other nutrient sources might bloom fans use to support themselves? I don't know! What other nutrient sources might bloom fans use to support themselves? I guess we'll find out at some other point. So what's the map look like now? Whoa. Oh, it's bigger. The map got bigger. And this is the lab? All right. So from the Bloom Wade Station, we have to head south to the lab. Got it. Understood. Well then, I suppose let's let's do that. All right, and I have a full tank of whatever the heck of this stuff is, so we might as well start using it. Free up some space. Grab a couple of extra samples while we're here. Nest workers. Oh, this is the one that actually clears space. The Spark Colony. Oh, that's... Oh, I wanted to keep the Spark Colony. That's stuff for the other zone. This was helpful for something? I don't remember what this was helpful for. But we needed this for something. I don't remember what. Well, whatever. It'll just sit here. That's the thing that actually clears the space. All right, on our way. Worn equipment. Abandoned to the bloom by Manet. It is impossible to tell what this oxidized scrap once was. I'm gonna go out here and drop a thing on it, and then do some reading. Clumps and trails of microbial growth trail across my visor. Nothing of interest, just more microbial clouds. Okay. Oh, if I clear this out, then the thing will wake up. And then I can just stay here and be safe. A little sand. Is it, hello? Is that not the... I hit the wrong one. I didn't wake it up. There we go. A little sand is gathered around the distended base of this rock, enough to hide a creature from the bloom, perhaps. Growths clump in the eaten-away dents in the rock floor, as if tunneling into the planet. Yeah, I keep using the wrong one for the thing. This is for power. This is also for power. And this is irrelevant, but I can use it for oxygen. Tunneling into the planet. Alright. A safe spot. World rock formations sit wreathed in green cloud. Twisting in the direction of the bloom's flow, this fan cuts a slit of clear water through the microbial clouds. The rock floor here is covered in a thin layer of silt, unmoved by currents or creatures. And this is always the same, now that the data has been fully gathered, this is always going to be the same description of bloom fans. Just gonna run here and see if I can't find a safer space. Alright, I am just going to make a safer space then. That's not the thing. This is the thing. Keep screwing that up. Ah, there's space down there, but now this is safe, so I can read. This part of the bloom is strangely still, the green clouds suspended in the water. Among the green clouds, the polychromal light of a huge bubble glows. This bubble has an iridescent sheen, its skin being made up of thousands of tiny particles which reflect the light. sampling available, huh? When their protective bubbles begin to fail, these creatures burst from their nests to repair them, swarming out to weave more threads. Open geometric forms, beautiful and strange, sit huddled within the skin of the bubble. Alright, well, give me some samples, I guess. This is a thing I already have, but it is good oxygen, so I will take it. More skeletons. Delicate silicate forms like shattered geodesic domes seem emptied of all life. What lived here before the bloom came? Well, whatever it was, it sure ain't anymore. At the center of the bubble, rounded shapes sit in a bed of silt. Around them, the water dances with streaks of refracted light. More nest workers. Yes, please. Maybe I'll eventually learn how to use them correctly. Though physical objects seem to be able to pass, the fizzing skin of the bubble completely obstructs the bloom's microbial clouds. Oh, good job, nest workers. Y'all are doing great. The refracted light of the bubble falls across soft drifts of silt. Here, the bloom is burnt deeper into the rock, revealing strangely smooth surfaces like the inside of an oyster shell. A million tiny grains, perhaps the broken down remains of those silicate skeletons, gather here in soft, sparkling waves. Alright, let's see what we can find out here. On the pitted surface of the scorched shelf, the lack of current has allowed silt to gather in soft piles. Scorched into the rock, this wide crater reveals layers of broken stone and something smoother, shinier below. Really? Are we going underground? This looks like an underground spot. Emerging out of the silt, this rock looks almost like a fossilized flower blooming from a stocky stem. All right, let's head towards the hole. Maybe we'll find something cool there. What's this? Bloom growth. Something new. Microbial growth seem big enough to log and sample. Let's see what they can tell us about this place. Okay, if we're going to be sitting here, then I'm going to make myself some space. These bubbles form in the densest areas of bloom growth. They might be the best clue to what the bloom is made from. Dark green bubbles that form in the most dense areas of the bloom where there is little current to provide water flow. We won't get much from observing this stuff. I've logged the species. Let's analyze the samples back at base. What samples? Yo, samples? Do we have samples? Metal traces. Among the rocks, the twisted remains of some equipment, most likely brought here by Manet, lies oxidized and caked in the growth. Thick with microbial growth, the edge of the sinkhole is like a ragged green wound in the rock of the ridge. Wow, what phrasing. Samples! A froth of green bubbles lies around the edge of the hole. We should be able to sample them here. Oh my god, it only lasts for so long. Okay. Well, let's take some samples. Thick fibers of microbial growth cobweb this dark entrance into the central ridge. Silt gathers against the side of the central ridge, which stretches up into the blinding green. Alright, take these samples quick. And then we'll head into here and see if I can do anything from here that is helpful. Ah, there's oxygen down here, which is kind of what I was hoping for. Bloom Froth. That's what we're calling it, huh? Faint green light, dappled by growths, descends through the torn hole in the rock above. Curved walls streaked with cascades of green bubbles, all glassy and sickly green in the light of the suit's headlamps. Sure. Give me your samples. Full. Is it? It's the same thing. Okay. Bloom bubble. Give me some oxygen, please. I guess I could use this. Corroded into the tunnel mouth, this seal is stuck fast. The only way in would be to cut straight through. Okay, can I, though? It's sealed shut. Did Manet do this? It looks older. This has been here a long time. Okay. But, like, just cut it open and let's go in, though. Do we not have cutting tools? Is that not a thing we possess? Can I bloom bubble it? Maybe the bloom will just eat away at the metal quickly? No, I don't think it's that kind of bloom bubble. Alright, well, that was a... This is a bust. Maybe we have to come back here later, once we have a thing that can eat the metal? What would it have to eat away? Metal seal, yep. Or maybe we'll find a tool that can actually cut it. That would also be helpful. Help, guy! Yeah, what's up, Mark Magus? Yeah, it's, the conceit is the player character is the AI of the armor, or the power armor, or the whatever, the ship, the doctor that is doing all of the describing is not the player character. The doctor is merely the VIP. So all of your UI, all of your interactions with the game are through these very, like, menu-like kind of visualizations. In the shadow of the ridge, the water here is still and clearer than elsewhere in the bloom. Silt has gathered in wide drifts around the remains of Manet's makeshift base. What was she looking for here? Manet clearly tried to establish a base here, but it was unable to resist the bloom. Why here, so deep in this toxic landscape? A valid question. Let's find out. I guess I'll read this and then move on. Scattered and eaten away, debris from Manet's expedition spread out across the rock shelf, gathering tiny drifts of sand. So now we are navigating through territory I've already been, so we can just cruise on through and head back to the safety of the bubble. Alright, what's out here? Away from the protective bubble, the bloom regains its sickly green. Yeah, it does that. That's my understanding. Okay. Oh, I don't have any more oxygen things. We gotta go back. Or just call for the thing? What's up, Twinge? Yeah, maybe we'll just call for retrieval and go back and pick up some more oxygen things. Since I do have samples to give. The rest of these I can keep in my inventory, I think, if that is useful. Which may be. And now we've learned about bloom froth. Y'all like bloom froth? These clusters of opaque green bubbles can be found clinging to surfaces in the quieter areas of the bloom, where currents do not disturb their growth. They appear to be accumulations of the bloom's microbial growth, the green clouds that create this vast toxic cloud of anoxic ocean water. The bloom itself is a mysterious phenomenon, similar to terrestrial algae blooms, hence the name NA gave this part of Gliese 667cc's ocean. But far more potent in its strength and seemingly much longer lasting, as much of the life in this sector is adapted to these extreme conditions. The similarity to terrestrial blue-green algae, aka cyanobacteria, has led me to classify this species as bacterial, but this thesis needs to be tested. Perhaps by analyzing this froth, we can understand the underlying chemical processes taking place here. Okay, fine. I guess I'll analyze the froth. Multiple things updated? It's concerning. Laboratory analysis of the froth has shown that each large bead in the bloom froth is a single microbial colony, bound by a gelatinous film, much like terrestrial cyanobacteria of the order Nostocoles. Nostocoles, sure. Is that a friend of Socrates? However, unlike this terrestrial species, the bloom froth displays an incredible ability to actively modify their internal chemistry to whatever conditions they find themselves in. Most bloom froth appears to have diverted to consuming metallic compounds, found in unusual abundance in the region of the bloom, rather than sunlight. This has led to the bacteria outputting large volumes of neurotoxins rather than oxygen. That does sound bad. It is this which has left the bloom both anoxic and toxic. To understand more, we need to find the source of this destructive bacteria. This has apparently taught me more about the bivalves. Interesting. Sampling and analyzing bubble growths from the bloom shows that they are a form of algae, but with incredible adaptability. They have a distinctive chemical structure, but notable to the study of bloom veins is the presence of a compound similar to domoic acid within bloom bubbles. Domoic acid is a neurotoxin known to produce memory loss and confusion in animals, which suggests that the erratic and frantic feeding behavior of bloom veins when feeding is, in reality, a form of frenzy brought on by the consumption of the neurotoxin. I guess the implication here is, what if every time you had a meal, you had amnesia, and you were just like, where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? Oh my god, there's food! So you just ate? And then when you ate enough to put yourself into a coma, you would just go to sleep? And not wake up until there was more food around, and then the cycle continues? What a life. How this process isn't deadly to the bloom veins is unclear. The volumes of neurotoxin they're consuming are vast, enough to kill a human adult. Perhaps if I can directly examine a bloom vein, or at least its shell, I can understand their resistance. So this is what a bloom vein looks like? Okay. I guess it's kind of mollusk-y? opening stages. I guess this is like a shell that can open this piece. Except it doesn't open like that, it like twists. Which is why you have this like whatever it is in the background kind of opening up. Weird. Weird. I mean, aliens, right? What you gonna do? Of course aliens are gonna be weird. That's how aliens work. All right, well, are there any samples I want to take with me then, or just gonna work with what I got, go collect some more of, not this thing, we need some more fan dust. I mean, also some more nest workers would be nice, but we do need more fan dust. Okay, try that again. Sample request bloom froth. If we could get below this point, we could sample the bloom's source. Oh, that's actually in that sealed lab that we can't get to. Like, I went down in there and wasn't able to get anything. We could put more of this stuff in the base, but I think it's not going to help. Like, all of this stuff is marked as scanned. Yeah, because we scanned it. So there needs to be a separate thing to pick up. Looking to pick up some more fan dust and some more nest workers for safety. Okay. Bloom fan stem. Alright, that is another thing to pick up. Okay, great. Grab a couple of nest workers. And in the absence of any more fan dust, we can just take some oxygen refills with us as well. Which is what this skeleton is. A huge oxygen refill. Alright, that's enough to get going. And we'll just power on through until we reach the next bubble, I guess. There's not a lot of reason in sitting around and waiting and trying to, you know, make safe spaces in the bloom. We could just push through to the next safe space. And hey, look, it's a fan. Was looking for one of those. All right, let's that's more than we need. Sure. Bubble here, which is the next safe spot. And we can hang out in the bubble for as long as we need to. Probably worth burning this to pick up another oxygen refill. And then we are good on this stuff and can head south more. Oh, yeah, okay. Here, keep me safe. So I can do some reading. Heavy concentrations of microbial life turn the water here into a flat green wall. The bloom seems endless. Small holes, perhaps burrows, dot the waves of silt. Globular bubbles sit under the overhang of the corroded rock. This would be a good place to sample the bloom's growth. Bloom froth. Okay, yeah, sure. Is there a button to switch back to... Hang on. Ah, control is to switch back to moving. More bubbles. Okay. Send some workers here to do some reading. Around this towering pillar of whirled rock, opaque green bubbles have gathered, pouring out of eroded cracks. Soft currents push silt into the corroded holes in the rock shelf. South of the Bloom's Ridge, the current is non-existent. Clumps of microbial growth hang in the water above a sandy plain. Why is it still burning oxygen? Hello? It's supposed to be safe here. Oh, it was safe. It's just I didn't move. Strange rocks are beautiful. If only the bloom didn't keep us from lingering any longer. Okay, here. We'll head to this, whatever's safe over here. And then I can do some reading. Yeah, this system, ooh, the place was pressurized at some point. Must have taken months of work to establish this lab. And just weeks of corrosion for it to fall into ruin. Looks like Manet was gathering those mineral skeletons, studying them. What secrets have you uncovered, Manet? How were these strange silicon spheres worth all this? Yeah, the area where you can't sit and read the things in a game where the majority of the game is sitting and reading things kind of sucks. Through the green, I can see the skeleton of Manet's remote laboratory, as fractured and remote as Manet herself. Beyond the bubble, the angular shape of the lab's second module sits silent, wrapped with cords of microbial growth. As we are now, Manet must have relied on the protective bubble these spheres provide to study the bloom in its ecosystem. More of these ornate silicate globes sit in the silt. These bubbles must have been both their refuge and their grave. Nesting weavers. Weavers? I'll call these weavers, for those beautiful nests and bubbles they weave. What would we do without them? Okay. I don't know that I would call bubble generation weaving, but I'm not the xenobiologist. What do I know? Alright, what can we find out here? Ah, this is the sample that we're looking for, I think. No. This is generic. This is going to be more of these things, more sphere fragments. But the sphere fragments are pretty good. Dissected skeletons. The equipment here suggests Manet was studying the mineral skeletons. Where she has cut through, the silicate shines pure silver. Okay. Tell me more. I mean, or don't, I guess. That's also fine. Melted module. These raw modules are so rapidly melting away. Are the Bloom's microbes metabolizing the metal itself? The hold metal floor of the module reveals an opening to a passage below. The green light of the Bloom washes across sharp metal shapes. Manet must have laid this under the lab when she constructed it. The water is clearer here, shielded from the microbial clouds. What are we gonna find? The doctor herself, maybe? Machines glint in the dark. Papers and tools lie still on silt-speckled surfaces. It is as if the scene has been frozen, captured in time. Papers? Underwater? Isn't this whole thing still underwater? This isn't just a lab, it's a workshop. She was building something down here. It's a suit. It looks like she was modifying an old atmospheric hard suit. How deep was she planning to go? These are verified for beyond 1,000 meters. I'm gonna see what I can pull from the notes and documents here. Some of them are still partially readable. The lack of water flow must have kept them in good condition. She was definitely speccing this suit for use beyond the drop-off, modifying it with the silicate skeletons. Okay. Artificers, she calls them. Exoskeletons of nanofibrous geothite, protecting a silicon carbide core. The pressure resistance of their exoskeletons, unprecedented for a biological material. That would take the depth rating of the Harsuit well past 3,000 meters. Incredible. But why go over the drop-off at all? That is the question, is it not? What was pushing her forward? She was incredibly driven. Desperate, even. She mentioned sending ROVs down to the abyssal plane, cobbled together from bits of the base. All of them were lost, and her work on the suit failed. That's where the notes seem to end. The most recent document mentions another way. Did she make it? How? The suit was so close to completion, why abandon it? We have to make that dive. Of course we do. If I can fix up this suit, we can take it over the drop-off. Perhaps Manet managed it. We need to follow. I can do this. We can do this. Oh, we can do this, can we? What's this we garbage? Let's get back outside and call in the drone. Pulled along in Dr. Ellery's wake. Because Wake has nothing, because Vass has nothing but questions here. No answers, only questions, and presumably a crush on Dr. Manet. Which, alright. I mean, I get it. Also aliens. But damn, man, things have clearly gone poorly for the good doctor. Maybe following in her footsteps isn't the best of plans. But, who am I to tell you how to run your life? I'm just the suit AI. Beam me up. Ah, maybe we'll get another personal log. Maybe we'll get more plot. Glad to see you're back online. Sorry for the rush, but we've got to move. I've been going through Manet's notes from her lab, and from what I can tell, she attempted a free dive over the drop-off. That's why she left her suit behind. She must have opened it up and descended. I know what you're thinking. There's no way she could free dive thousands of meters to the ocean floor. But that's what she did. Willingly. And we're going after her. Is this a good plan? We need to dive now. I've been working on the suit and it's almost ready. I've used sections of Manet's failed hard suit to modify our suit. Now it's a full atmospheric dive suit. Internally, we should be able to maintain 1 atmosphere of pressure for me in that casing of yours. It'll work just like before, but our depth rating is massively increased. We can hit 2, maybe 3,000 meters. The suit's in the bay, so load whatever samples you need. I've marked the drop-off on the map. We can dive there directly and search for any evidence there. I have no idea why she would do this. It's suicide. She seemed to believe she could do it. Get ready to go. I'll be waiting. Let's scan what we've got. Anything unscanned this one? Yes. We finally have nesting weavers in the log. Weavers are creatures found in the bloom where they build elaborate cylindrical nests protected by bubbles of oxygenated water. Iridescent and translucent, weavers themselves are difficult to observe individually due to their size and speed. Each nest is a hive of activity, as is the fizzing skin of the bubbles that protect them, which the weavers carefully maintain. If at any point the integrity of that bubble seems to be collapsing, many weavers will rapidly respond, leaving the nest in swarms to rebuild the bubble's skin. What is it that the weavers are protecting? And how are they shielding themselves so effectively from the bloom? Analysis of individual weavers might help if we were able to catch some of them. Analysis of weaver specimens shows them to be shelled creatures with a set of jointed mandibles which they use to handle their threads. These threads are the most fascinating aspect of the weavers. They are silk, but lined with a type of bacteria which lives inside the mouthparts of the weaver. When the threads are produced, they're coated with this bacteria, which aggressively consumes the microbial growth of the bloom. When not producing silk, this bacteria is kept alive by scavenging on the food that the weavers eat, taking their share from particles stuck on the weaver's mouthparts. Weird? I guess this is like a symbiotic relationship rather than a parasitic relationship, but what? However, analysis of the weavers themselves still gives no idea what might lie in their nest. They protect these nests aggressively, but if I could find an abandoned one, it may be possible to sample it. Alright, let's go tomb raiding, I guess. Finding that laboratory in the bloom, it's almost like working with Manet again. I still have some good memories of Kepler 62F. Wait, isn't this? Ah. Nope, it is a new thing. Okay, cool. Hours diving beneath the ice in that crystalline ocean, sampling the mineral deposits that Manet claimed were evidence of life. Our synchronized rhythms in the lab, working silently but in concert. Lying beside her in the too narrow berth, the creak of pack ice rattling down the base's spine. But those memories come with unwelcome ones attached, ones of Manet's quiet judgment, her deep sadness, her flaring anger. For a few short months, that subglacial ocean was ours, blocked from the universe outside by 5 kilometers of ice. Its secrets were our own. But then Manet had other secrets too. It seems like I will never escape her secrets. Here I am, living among them, drowning in them, picking through them in search of answers. All of this is a choice, Ellery. All of this is a choice. You didn't have to be here. You didn't have to follow in Manet's footsteps, alright? This is entirely on you. I guess this is what happens when you are not only a xenobiologist interested in the other doctor's work, but also driven by a thirst I have rarely seen for someone who's like 85% likely to be dead at this point. Well, we'll see. We'll see what we can do. This is all stuff that we can burn for funsies, so I'll grab all of that. And then we'll head out, I guess. The drop-off. Ooh, we can just go straight there, huh? We don't have to, like, navigate our way there separately. Lucky. The Weaver's Nest is out here, though. That's really far. I kind of want to figure out what the deal is with the Weavers. I'm wondering if maybe that'll give us something that helps us navigate the bloom. I'm gonna see if I can get out there. If there was something that I missed by just not going in the right direction. Spot to hang out. Get a little bit more oxygen back. Keep on diving. And the goal will be to go as far down and left as possible here. This could be one extra thing. Might as well. Might as well take one of them. Keep this going. Something out here that we didn't go get. Corroded module. Let's make a little safe space out here. I got some reading to do. Outside the protective bubble, this module has been corroded beyond recognition. A froth of bloom growth covering the rusted plates. Pulled from the base generator, Minea looks to have been using the bloom as a vast microbial fuel cell to power her work here. Bloom froth, okay. Abandoned nest. Ah, this nest once protected this lab module, but now it is clogged with growth. With the colony gone, we could sample its structure. That's what I was looking for. For the sample. 70%! Yo! That is huge. Alright, take me home. Found the thing. That's a lot of oxygen. It's definitely a ways away if I want to try and refill on it. But sure is a neat find. The pieces of weaver nest we found offer an insight into the weaver's protective behavior. Wrapped in its threads are thousands of weaver eggs. Well, yeah, what else would they be hiding in their base? This suggests that, like ants or termites, weavers are a eusocial species, with many generations of weavers protecting and maintaining a singular productive female. These weaver queens must be somewhere within the active weaver nests, protected by layers of silken threads and weaver workers. Nest fragments also revealed that the weavers farm their own food within the nest structure, carefully maintaining tubular fields of microbes, which, through the weaver's careful cultivation, seem to produce oxygen rather than the toxins that poison the bloom. How could this be possible? Constantly with the questions, never with the answers. Weaver not to scale. Okay. Neat. Alright, I feel like I learned something here today. Has this been... It's probably been fine. It's probably not changed. Why can't I go up to calm anymore? I used to be able to do this. Now I can't. Interesting. Has Ellery revoked some of my my privileges, my permissions? All right. Well, I got the thing I was looking for, so let's go do plot. Are you back with me? We're 20 seconds from the ocean floor. Yeah, I'm here. Good. It was getting lonely in here. We're descending fast. The drop is huge. 1.5 kilometers down. Let's stay focused. We have no data on this zone of the ocean. The light of Gliese 667 CC's 3 stars barely makes it this deep. I've got my headlamps on. You'll have to be my eyes. I want to work my way along the slope to the northeast. We're looking for any trace of Monet, or the ROVs she sent down here. Let's get to it. Alright, here we go. The sheer wall of the shelf descends through the faint light to curve into the thick silt of the slopes. Beyond the reach of the suit's lamps, the slopes descend slowly into the dark, towards the abyssal plain. Sick. I love abyssal plains. Probably. The heavy currents of the upper ocean don't reach down here, leaving the water still and silent, sediment suspended in the column. A bioluminescent glow drifts through the silt, a faint but noticeable chemical blue. Uh-oh. Anglerfish? That looks like not anglerfish. I don't know what that looks like, but it's concerning. Alright. Tell me that we're taking notes on it. There we go. These silken creatures are almost transparent, apart from those lights. What are they? Jellyfish? These drifting veils of material appear to be creatures of some kind. They are pulsing faintly with pinpricks of light. Neat. This veil stretches away from the tangle of the group, reaching towards new territories. In the headlamps of the suit, I can occasionally see a vein-like texture to the surface of these veils. What substances sustain them? Foolhardy explorers, I suspect. The veils are gathered in groups, which I am calling tangles. They seem to be intentional formations. But for what purpose? Field of veils. Diaphanous veils twitch, suspended in the water. They're seeded with pinpricks of bioluminescence, like distorted star fields. Their soft, shining forms can be hard to see. This seems to mark the edge of one of the veils. Let's check out the edge of the veils. The light the veils produce come directly from beneath their skin. They shift from transparent to light-emitting in undulating waves. Between these two veils, some clear water is visible, a temporary corridor hanging between two sheets. Temporary corridor between two hanging sheets. This is clear, though. I can pass through between the veils. That doesn't seem to cause a problem. Alright. Oh, that definitely caused a problem. Okay. Okay. That was a huge power hit. Or at least some... Well, how big a power hit was it, actually? Decent chunk. Alright, don't do that again. I saw that it hit my power, but I didn't see by how much. So, obviously, I had to walk through it again in order to find out how much it hurt. Makes sense, right? The answer is some. But fortunately, we have some decent power sources here, I think. Or is all of this just oxygen? These guys are power. These guys are a little bit of power and a lot of oxygen. All right. No, that's the wrong thing! I needed to put it into the power! Alright, well, I screwed up. That's cool. Up I have screwed. And now this is open for some reason. Like, it's still doing the thing, even though we're not in microbe territory. Like, this is oxygenated, I guess? It was already oxygenated. But it's brighter now. That's cool. Though tangled and without any clear sensory organs, these creatures seem to have a strong control over their position in the water. A gap between the veils. Is it that these are two competing individuals, or is this just a temporary separation of a single group? Studded along the veils are the remains of creatures that have been confused by the lights and caught by these transparent hunters. Here the tangle is receding, a few of its trailing veils hanging still in the dark water like the poised limbs of a dancer. Ooh, so if I want to get into here, I have to go through the veil, like, explicitly. Snare veil, that's what we're calling them. Alright. I'm naming these strange creatures snare veils. They're such beautiful traps. They're such beautiful traps. I don't think you're allowed to use that word, Ellery. Wide, delicate silken panels of bioluminescent cells. They work in unison to entrap and digest creatures which come too close. Ah, a sample candidate, but I have to go through the veil in order to get there. At closer inspection, these veils are jeweled with the half-digested remains of other life, passing conveyor-like from one veil to the next. Dangerous. But, worth? Let's say worth. Well, at least it provides more power, so... Digested remains. An unknown creature caught by a veil and partially digested. We can at least refill there. Surrounded on all sides by drifting sheets of bioluminescence, this space is a fluid, shifting interior. Can we go anywhere from here, or... No. Is that how they disable their prey? We should be careful of contact with these species. Wow, you are late to the party, Ellery. We have long since figured that out. This veil is blinking the same sequence of lights over and over. Perhaps this is a way of attracting curious prey into their grip. Why didn't Minette tell anyone about this place? The life here, it's the biggest discovery in human history. Do you think she's trying to protect it? Do I think she's trying to protect it? No. It's true that she told me. Perhaps there are other secrets she is trying to hide. She always had her secrets. This feels bigger than that. Away from the veils, the water returns to its inky darkness, resisting the strong beams of the suit's lamps. Silt has gathered around the base of two large outcrops, forming a natural respite from the steady downward pitch of the slopes. The capital S slopes. Apparently those were a major feature. Dark basalt layers rise up out of the slope like fractured towers, each jagged layer carrying drifts of silver silt. Well, the whoever was like writing the dialogues and descriptions for this game must have had a lot of fun with it. It really seems like they're enjoying themselves. These dark towers of angular stones are the telltale signs of volcanic processes active under the planet's surface. What must be one of Manet's improvised remote vehicles lies twisted in the silt. Could it have been disabled by the veils? Or it just ran out of batteries, or was crushed, or was eaten by something else? It's debris. It's one of Manet's ROVs. Wait, to my left, is that... I guess I should click on it and find out. Human! It's her. What? Am I supposed to take samples? I don't know what to do about a human external from the suit. How do we deal with this? Is that... Oh god. She's here. She's alive. We are reading life signs, and she is breathing. That can't be right. How long has she been here? Lying in the silt. Underwater. Breathing. In no suit. Just like she's amphibious now? We have to bring her back to the base. But I don't... Okay, focus, Ellery. What do we do? We can use the ROV to boost our signal to the base. Send for the drone. Then we can start the ascent. Get me back to the ROV debris and hook us up with the terminal. Okay. Oh. I didn't know there was a terminal in the ROV debris. That's convenient. Okay, we're synced. Call the drone now. We need to get her out of here. Okay. Well, found a human. Honestly, not what I was expecting. Very much not what I was expecting. You're back. I need to talk. I'm on the medical level. She is totally unresponsive. I don't know what to do. I don't even understand how she's still alive. I keep going back to the image of her, blue, silent, staring out of the silt. A thin stream of bubbles flickering from her mouth. How long had she been there? The pressure alone should have crushed her at that depth. This doesn't make sense. Maybe it's a doppelganger. But she is alive. I need to talk to her, but nothing. I want to understand. I want to know what's going on here. I haven't seen her in years, not since she left. And now, here she is. Do you ever imagine all the things you're going to say to a person when you see them again? Nah, this is a you problem. Skill issue. No, of course you don't. You're a machine. Sorry, I just... Wow, so dismissive! I came here for her. I don't know why I did, but I did. Oh, I know why you did, buddy. written all over your face. I think it's because I had to hope. For something to change, for there to be an explanation. That's not what you're hoping for, but okay, if that's what you have to tell yourself. For those months we spent together to mean something again. Sorry, I'm not making any sense. You are not making any sense in the way that mankind has not made any sense for their entire existence. This makes twice. 2 times she's turned my life upside down. At least this time I knew what I was signing myself up for. It's not like I had anywhere else to be. The further I am from that dying planet, the better. What comes next? You're asking me? I'm just your suit AI, buddy. We keep going. She was looking for something out here. Something important enough to leave her like this. It's our turn to take that forward, to find that explanation. I think she built that lab in the Bloom to study those mineral skeletons. Artificers, she called them. But something was leading her deeper, beyond the drop-off. Let's start with those ROVs she sent out. Maybe they found something we didn't. I'll mark their last known positions on the dive map, and I'll be here until you're ready to go. Alright, well, first things first, we've got to, read your diary, I guess. That's not what I intended to do, but here's where we are. She's still alive. I never thought I would see her again, not after she sliced the core from the base on Kepler 62F and took the shuttle to God knows where. Oh! She left you behind to die? Okay, this is a new twist on things. This is not how I expected their separation would have gone. I never thought I would see her again, not after she sliced the core from the base on Kepler 62F and took the shuttle to God knows where. I spent weeks slowly freezing in that base, waiting for the Baikal team to come get me. After that, it all fell apart. There was never any life on Kepler 62F. Mené had faked the whole thing. She wanted the data core she knew Baikal would provide when she gave them evidence of first contact. Baikal blamed me, and my work as a consulting biologist collapsed. I limped back to Earth to take a post-grad position on that dying planet. There is little need for marine biologists in a place where the only oceanic life is kept in tourist-choked reserves. That's where I stayed, watching the endless exodus of humans with enough money to leave, looking out across the dead ocean at the pinpricks of their shuttle's rocket flares. Until Mené called me here. I should blame her for everything, but I just want to know why. Perhaps now, if she ever wakes up, I can ask her. Okay, this got a bit more elaborate than just in love with a coworker, huh? So this implies an element of premeditation on Mené's part, that Mené brought Ellery, essentially, to Kepler in order to provide a cover so that Baikal would send the data core that Mené could then take to this planet instead. Which implies, again, that Mené knew about the life on this planet prior to ever meeting Ellery on Kepler, or wherever they met, prior to the interactions on Kepler, which is kind of interesting and definitely paints Ellery's complaints about Mené in a different light. Well, now we got 2 places to go in the deep, dark, abyssal plains. Okay. The lab! An unknown creature, caught by a veil and partially digested. Koalatata. Snare veils are unique, soft-bodied creatures that resemble a thin sheet of silk studded with lights. Found in tangles of multiple individuals, their hypnotic swaying and flickering lights make them difficult to see in their entirety. But from my initial observations, they appear to be flat panels of bioluminescent cells, which are faintly veined with both a nervous and a digestive system. Veils survive by capturing creatures which swim onto their surface, somehow stunning or killing them, and then digesting them on the exterior of their bodies. It does seem like there is a flash of electric something or other, something that drained the soup's power when we dove through it. So it probably is acting like a taser or something like that to just stun whatever walks into them. I've also observed veils passing prey from one individual to another, suggesting that they have some form of social interaction between individuals. Analysis of the digested remains they leave behind might give some clues to their predatory behavior. Alright, let's do that. Analysis of unknown remains found nearby a veil tangle shows that this creature captures and kills its prey through an electrical charge, which is what I assumed after I got zapped by an electrical charge. So, good job on your analysis, Ellery. This charge, presumably produced by electric organs that sit beneath the veil's outer membrane, can produce incredibly high voltage outputs, and the remains analyzed showed significant damage from these electrical discharges. The remains also suggest that the veils use electrical pulses to control the muscles and nervous systems of captured creatures, forcing them to swim deeper into the grip of the veil when captured. The veil's manipulation of electrical signals seems highly nuanced, and they may also use them for the detection of prey, and even communication between individuals. In order to confirm these theories, analysis of veil tissue is necessary, although this may prove difficult. Why? Just because it'll shock you when you take the analysis? Don't be such a pansy. Just stick your hand in there and sample some veil, you know? I am going to want to take with me something with a little more juice to it, a little more power boost. But all of this stuff is not very good for that. And I don't remember what would be good for that. I guess I can click through some things and see if any of these have like high power values. 30 on the spark colonies. 35 on stock segments. 30 on stock roots. $40 on the striped eggs. Where do the eggs come from? Otherwise, we're down to stock segments, stock roots. And I guess the spark colony is not bad either. Found inside bloated stalks. Alright, well I know where to get those. We could just go get a bunch of those. So maybe let's do that. Let's go get a bunch of those and then come back with like an inventory of power food to help us work through the remaining underground areas, since oxygen doesn't seem like it's going to matter too much. I don't remember where the bloats are explicitly, actually. But I am going to need something to get through the stalks here. Which, can I even do that? Because nothing here is giving me... the ability to harvest it. Okay, here's something. Maybe this is what I'm looking for? Yes, this is the thing that'll lower the stocks. So I can sample this, the shrill sacks, which don't do a whole lot of good in and of themselves, but do allow me passage into the area with the bloated stalks, which is what I'm looking for. It's out this way somewhere. This is another glittering stalk. Which is more of these, which I don't need immediately. Here we go. And then in order to get access to it, I need to pop it open. Then I can take samples. Just the one sample, apparently. More shrill sacks. Sure, I'll take one more of these. Maybe I'll just take the rest of these on account of this is a place that requires shrill sacks to navigate. Is this the glittering stalk or... Glittering stalks. Do I need any more here? Hey, Marshana, how's it going? Guess we can go get one more, sure. As long as we're here. Is there anything else out here? I feel like I've been out here before. Yeah, I've been down here. We've done this before. Okay, cool. In that case, beam me up one more time. And now that I have some stuff in my inventory, we can head out towards the plot. Oh. She's on the observation deck now. And what have you found on the observation deck, Ellery Voss? Mine Nomura. Comatose state, muscle loss apparent, erratic brain activity, administering sedative. And you're just hanging out down here, huh? Observation blister. I can activate it because there's crew here. That's cool. And deactivate, apparently. We'll leave it active. We'll give Ellery something to look at while they're sitting there and spending time in their own head. Not that I'm going to let them do it for long, because we've got places to go and robots to see. So now we got to figure out how to get to those other places, don't we? Well, this is new and did not previously exist. Debris trail. Glinting debris from the disabled ROV traces back into the sand. Okay, well, sounds like a place to go. Unmistakably basalt, formed in some volcanic trench eons ago. This outcrop is outlined by the faint light of Glies's suns. Ah, so now we are faced with a choice. All right, we're going to go right first and then go to the left afterwards. East of the ridge, a small rise opens into a flat plain of dimpled silt. A featureless expanse lit flatly by the suit's lamps. An occasional silver bubble breaks the surface of the flat silt, carrying a cloudy trail of sediment behind it. Implying life. Do we get to take samples? You know how I feel about samples. Repeated trails of unknown creatures mark the sand, wandering back and forth across the rippled surface. Am I in a submarine? I am the submarine! So, the pilot, in this case, is Dr. Ellery Voss. And my character is the AI that controls the, I believe it's like powered armor that they're diving in. Which is why my interface is entirely menus. Because I'm not looking at anything, nor do I have direct access to cameras or anything. I'm just the armor that Ellery is swimming around in. Or rather, the AI that is keeping the armor functional, because Dr. Ellery does not know how to operate any of this, so is just issuing voice commands and hoping that works out well for them. Bubbles of methane trickle out from beneath the silt, creating silvery columns wreathed in sand. Ahead, the seeps have created small craters in the seabed, where brine is gathering in clouded pools. Ooh, bright. Suddenly actual land. A shimmering landscape of ghostly pools stretches out in the lamps, the dense brine sitting in the craters like undersea ponds. Weird, but neat. So underneath all of the ocean water, there is places with more salt, brine pools. The methane seeps here must be forming them. The pools themselves will be toxic and also anoxic. Let's navigate carefully. They are beautiful, fog-skinned puddles sunk into the seabed, but they are dangerous. Ah, good. I was wondering when the danger was going to show up. Well, we don't have much of a choice here, so we'll just walk through one of these puddles, and I'm sure that'll be great. The seeps imprint the geological patterns of the underlying rock into the silt, forming both deep pools and untouched rises. Let's see just how bad this is. Cost me a little bit of oxygen to walk through. I'm not too worried about it. Creature tracks. Patterns of dents in the sand show the paths of the feathery creatures that cross from pillar to pillar in slow and purposeful loops. Yo, we're following the creatures. Neat. Bristling fronds. These feathery fronds are growing along the edge of the brine, waving their matted leaf-like limbs to the water. These swaying fronds, are they a colony or a single creature? I'll start recording my observations. Yeah, you better. You got one job, Dr. Ellery. Each of the many limbs of these branching creatures is carefully dipped into the brine pools one by one before pulling back. Wow. That shows a lot of agency for a plant-like creature. Occasionally, this creature will sweep its limbs back into the hairy mass of its body before thrusting them out again. What is it doing? Ellery is all questions all the time. The waving shapes of complex fronds caress the surface of the pools, sweeping the brine into wispy shapes. Okay. Crab-like creature. Oh, hell yeah. This crab-like creature is moving slowly across the seafloor with a large translucent crest protruding from its back. These crawling creatures seem to keep to themselves. Let's keep track of where we find them. On closer inspection, the large translucent crest appears to be a gas-filled organ or a bubble of some kind, rising from a slit in the shell. A mucus bubble sits on the silt, shed from the back of the bubble-skinned creatures, which are trekking the perimeter of the pools. Alright, I'll take a sample. I'm here for samples. Lots of oxygen in this sample. Mucus bubble. A multi-chambered mucus bubble found on the ocean floor. Gross. The thick hairs of each frond seem to be mottled with a reddish substance. Does it grow there amongst the hairs? While some pools transition into bare sand, others are choked with fronds. Methane seep. Among the pools, a pillar of shining bubbles rises up towards the surface. A complex pattern of pools fills the seabed, shimmering with toxic chemistry. Bright orange carpets of microbial growth, gathered beneath the waving fronds, stretch away from the pool. We could sample them here. I'm in. When a limb is removed from the brine, the red substance matted into the hair seems to glow brighter, shifting in color. That sounds like something that eats brine, doesn't it? Now we found brine mat. An orange bacterial mat, sampled from beside a brine pool. I suppose. From this slight elevation, the gleaming surface of a huge brine lake can be seen out to the east. Disgusting! It seems that the substance caked into these creatures' hair is reacting to the brine somehow. Perhaps it is helping them feed. Perhaps. I didn't read it. The dipping motion of the fronds as they filter the brine creates a hypnotic sense of motion along the edge of the lake. Travel path from here. A bubble, shed from the back of a creature, sits at the edge of the lake, brine curling around its base. Sure. Yeah, pretty minor. Not too worried about the penalties of crossing the brine pools. These wandering creatures noisily chew away at the rock and silt of the ocean floor, filtering it for nutrients, perhaps? A faint pulsing glow, like lightning in a storm, can be seen beneath the cloudy brine. Oh, I have to, like, physically stay in the brine pool to go here? Alright. Let's go. Danger. And out we go. Alright. Progress. Fast creature. These rapid-swimming, lobster-like creatures have dark shells with very large, translucent tails. How do they move so fast? These creatures are so fast! Their dark coloring makes them hard to see, but let's keep track of them. Alright, that's your job. Brine eaters. Alright, pop up your thing, then I can read. I'll log these creatures as brine eaters. You could take a look at my observations back at base. Branching feathery fronds which grow alongside brine pools, carefully dipping their matted and stained limbs in and out of the brine. Doesn't sound like fun to me, but to each their own. Here the complex of pools melts into the lake, which shines with a toxic intensity. Can anything live out there? What did I just walk through? The brine lake is vast. I can't see the other side. What might be hiding within its toxic fog? Do you think life might survive out there? I mean, I've already taken one sample, so yeah, probably. It's true that this planet has shifted my ideas about what is survivable. Perhaps there is something out there waiting to be discovered. Different individuals of this species seem to have varying sizes of bubbles on their backs. Are they carrying oxygen in there? What if it's purely for status? Like, a bigger bubble just means that you're, like, a more powerful grab. Something out in the dark is sending slow waves to this burning beach. What could live out there? Only one way to find out, and that's run through brine. The water is a blinding, milky white flow in the headlamps. All right, well, let's commit to losing some oxygen, I guess. Brine shell. Glowing shell found among the brine, stained with chemicals. What's up? Hey, how's it going? Here we go. Toxic waters. They sure are. Wanted to read the thing out there. I think I got it. I swear I can hear the brine eating away at the suit. The ocean floor rises back out of the pale brine into a series of rounded pools. This meager patch of high ground provides a dreamlike respite from the milky waters. Strange creatures call across the lake. What is it? Stilt-legged stone. This tall... How can these creatures survive out here among the brine? I'll start keeping notes on their behavior. This tall, crab-like creature towers above the brine pool. An unusual assortment of rocks, shells, and bones adorn its back. God, is this how every AI feels like? They get started on something interesting and suddenly a human is like, hey, pay attention to me! A small, smooth carapace sits between the pools, half sunk in sand. Could this island be a refuge for juvenile creatures? Alright, well, we gotta do something about, this situation. Then we can go take a sample. Wow. 0 power. Just the absolute worst sample. Young Carapace. Young Carapace is my hip-hop name. The creature has shed its bubble crest out on this desolate island. Carrier is nowhere to be seen, perhaps lost to the brine. Yo, get brined, little crab. Suppose I should take a sample, huh? Let's replace my power first. Mucus bubble. Another mucus bubble. I don't need another mucus bubble. I maybe need another mucus bubble. Glowing shape. From this small pool at the lake's edge, a pale blue pulse is flashing. I swear I see lights blinking in response out above the brine lake. Okay, well. Let's go take a sample of whatever this business is. It's more brine shell. Okay. Brine Inlet. The sand between the pools runs down into the lake. Is this island being slowly swallowed? Or is that just my paranoia? If anything, I don't think you're sufficiently paranoid, Ellery. Is there anything out there? I see tall shapes in the dark. Pale beacons flicker across the lake. What are those? Sharp shapes of remains jut out from the pale brine like mountain peaks below clouds. I'm seeing this creature take dead remains from the brine pool and decorate itself with them. Trophies of shell and bone. Gross. Is this safe? This is probably safe. Let's go out there and then we can read. The edges of the lake are like a miniature landscape of craters and depressions. A stained slab of basalt juts out of the brine pools, providing a tiny safe zone from the toxic liquid. Hemmed in by toxic pools, this small rise looks out across a landscape of deep craters and unrelenting darkness. A thin strip of sand pushes out into the lake, surrounded by toxic pools. The haze lifting from the lake and the pools all around make visibility very poor. Vague shapes flit in and out of columns of bubbles. This lake is bigger than any seep I've seen on Earth. The volume of methane trapped in the bedrock must be impossibly vast. This is power. I would like some oxygen, please. You seem like good oxygen. Where do I go from here? I guess out and around? I think I can do this in a way that doesn't cost me too much oxygen. Between the wall of the ridge and the corroded shelf is a wide strip of pale and silvery silt. Pools like fogged cauldrons model the seafloor. Bacterial mats bring bright smears of color to the scene. Can I make it to here? Might be able to make it to here. I mean, clearly. The question is how much oxygen it's going to cost me. The answer is a little bit. A radial pattern of depressions in the rock suggests debris expanding outward from an impact point. A mucus bubble shed from the back of a creature sits on top of a small pile of silt, as if it were an egg. Ooh. These aren't seep pools. Something impacted the seafloor here. Meteors? But how would they get so deep? Or could some creature have left these? Scary. This small plain is strangely clear of creature tracks. They must not cross into this northern zone. There's a sample down here? I guess I should go get the sample. Alright, we'll go get the sample and then come back up. Honestly, I feel like this is probably going to be something I've already seen. And it is, but that's useful. Because that's a lot of oxygen. Hey, the ROV we're looking for. The ROV must have been attracted by some signal among the pools, but it became another victim of the corrosive brine. Get corroded, idiot. I should check this one out first, though. Pools seem to cover a huge part of the seabed, radiating out from the lake in ornate patterns. That's a lot of space to explore. All right, let's go sample. Let's go do what we need to do here, and then we can figure out what else we're doing from here. One of Manet's ROVs. Looks like this one was disabled by the brine. The supplies Manet equipped it with are still intact, though. We can resupply. Open the terminal and let's see what this little guy found down here. Okay. Fill up all my little circles. And give me map data, maybe? Oh, wow. You found something big, didn't you, little guy? Looks like... Is that... a wreck? Incredible. The debris field stretches all the way northwest from here. It must have been large, a freighter or a research vessel. We have to go see this thing. Come on, we can head back to base after. Whose thing got wrecked? Somebody's thing got wrecked. Okay, I don't know what we're gonna find, but I want to find out what's over here first, in case there's like more samples we need to take. Empty crater. Empty of brine, this crater was clearly caused by a large impact, showing radial cracks in the rock spreading from a single point. The pools seem to continue to the north, but why do they stretch so far away from the main body of the lake? Some of these more northern pools are emptying of brine, leaving only shallow layers at their base. Okay. This silt bank allows passage between the two parallel strips of craters leading north. The brine gathers in this small crater like a settled storm. It would be beautiful if it wasn't so toxic. Alright, we're gonna head this way and then up. A thin causeway leads between the pools away from the lake. Really? I did see this, so we'll have to come back to that. Actually, let's scan it first so it stays visible when I come back. Something is emitting a faint glow beneath the brine. It has the sharp shape of a shell, or perhaps skeletal remains. Maybe I'll just go grab that real quick. Okay, it's just a brine shell, but that's fine. More things is not a bad idea. Unlike the shallow seep marks in the south, these deep craters plunge through the silt into the bedrock. And this is probably back to an area I have seen before? No. This rise projects out towards the vast brine lake to the east, cutting between deep pools. Oh, I saw something go by here. Brine pools mark the plain on all sides, densely packed around the vast lake. Okay, so this is territory I've been to before. This hole cuts deep into the bedrock of the plain. Could this be caused by a seep? Looks more like an impact crater. Among the ornate fronds, I can see the neon orange of microbial carpets spreading out from the pool in complex growth patterns. Oh, I've already clicked on that one. Not this one, though. The curve of the lakeshore extends out of sight. The other side of this vast depression is too far out into the dark to be seen. Alright, we'll take another sample. What do I want to get rid of while I am hanging out? Gotta keep my singletons here. But I kind of need oxygen more than I need anything else. So I guess I'll burn this bad boy for some oxygen. Oh, this is more brine mats. Okay. Well, I am happy to take that and then use it up, I think. For small benefits here. And then we might as well refill. Alright, great. And then we can head back up this way, since that's where I wanted to go to in the first place. And this all looks like it's been read before, so it's great. Yes, North Passage. This is what I wanted. Despite the toxic brine on all sides, this glowing oasis clings to its rock, even as it's melted away. This is cool. Alright, this is something new, so pop up with your dialogue, Ellery. These fans seem to play a central role in the ecosystem here. I'm going to start recording data. Did you need to tell me that? Did you need me to engage with this little piece of dialogue? Bright fan. Like the fans found in the bloom, these creatures are fan-shaped filter feeders. However, these variants glow with a cold fire. Trefoil petals, which gather around the glowing fans of the deep. What are these petal-shaped creatures? They only grow around the glowing fans. Let's start logging data. Okay. Oh, these are new. These are two separate things. Okay. They angle themselves towards the light like expectant children. Weird. Precariously seated among the pools, this fan shows signs of decay, its amber waves of light stuttering and flickering unevenly. Oh no, the poor fan. I'd better take a piece of it. That'll definitely help. Fan sheath. Filtering sheath of a glowing fan, studded with pollen. Oh, nothing else out here? Just these two animals. Okay. Ah, this is the... Okay, great. Yeah, I suppose. Fill her up. Whatever caused the string of impact craters, parts of it lie all around. Huge, jointed forms of corroded metal. Here's the edge of the debris trail. Something sank here, and by the spread of debris, exploded. It's been here for years, decades. The metal is corroded a little more than a frame. That means Manet wasn't the first person to come here. Something big happened here. Something no one was meant to find. Was it an intergalactic drug deal? This huge piece of debris has been distorted and twisted by the brine, leaving it totally unrecognizable. Bulbous, rust-red lumps are scattered across the pale sand like seeds thrown to the wind. Every time it has that little, like, creature call, the noise, I keep thinking it's a raid. I keep thinking it's the RimWorld raid sound. The spars of the frame stick out of the sand like fractured ribs. Fronds and other growths closing the gaps between them. Animals! Blue smears glow faintly on the remains piled on this strider's back. Are these bioluminescent creatures or chemical phenomena? Look, they're already just stacking corpses on their back. Sure, there might as well be some other weird thing going on. The broad, flat plates of the wreck sit at right angles to each other, forming a complex of angular walls. A curved strip forms a narrow walkway between the pools beside the wreck. A split in what must have once been the vessel's hull allows passage into the overgrown interior. All right, so there for sure, but let's go check out this first. A warm glow lights the cracked and corroded skin of the twisted plates in sharp relief. Aminals, heck yeah. Crab-like creature. Each one of these shelled creatures seems to have its own territorial loop, an area of seafloor it systematically searches through. Each of the wide petals has patterns of stomata and stamen across its surface. And from these, some kind of pollen is drifting out in clumps. Stomata? Oh, that's different from the Christian thing. What is stomata? Stomata. A stoma, or stomate, is a pore found in the epidermis of leaves, stems, and other organs. Okay. So holes in the, yeah, stamen is like a, I don't know, like a little frond that sticks out, right? So stomata is a hole. Interesting. This is the fan? Yep. Significantly taller than the Bloom's fans, these creatures seem to favor the rocky substrate of the ocean's floor's basalt pillars. Sample candidates. Yup. So we're getting more samples. Gotta get more samples. Fronds crowd this piece of debris, some eaten away by the local grazers. Broken limbs lie all around. We could sample one of the smaller pieces. Yeah, let's do that. Go do the thing. Take samples. That's what I'm here for. Always about samples. I am, in fact, about that sampling life. We can burn some of these. Bristly limb. A piece of a hairy branch broken off from a creature. Okay. The fan has tucked itself into the side of a vast corroded plate, forming an oasis in the shadow of the wreck. Okay, well, more samples sounds great. Is it samples of stuff I know? It is samples of stuff I know. Okay, so I don't need this. Alright, now we can go back into the boat. Ship. Hull. Thing. Wreckage. Wreckage. I think debris is what I was looking for. Hull entry. Alright, get entered. Ovoid creature. Oh, that's a new one. Alright, tell me that you're taking notes, Ellery. These pale pulsing creatures seem so passive. I'm going to start taking notes on them. I assumed as much. These ovoid creatures sit pulsing on the edge of the deep oases. They're glassy and soft, like partially boiled shellless eggs. Wow, what a flattering description. The brine has left everything but the vaguest shape of the vessel impossible to define. We're entering the main body of the wreck now. It's little more than a husk. It's impossible to tell anything from these rusted plates. Whose ship was this? The local ecosystem looks to have been scraping away at this thing for decades. Nothing much left for us. Some stuff here. This bay, perhaps once a cargo hold, is being scraped away at by frond-like creatures, releasing flakes of orange rust into the water. When close to these creatures, you can feel the pull of their strong filtering action as they absorb water and push it through their bodies. Strong filtering action. Cool. Sealed locker. Oh boy. Half buried in sand, the industrial seals on the equipment locker have held. Must have been protected from the crash within this bay. I guess I want to check that out. Look, a still sealed dive suit locker. Let's see if we can get it open. Okay, I think I can lever... Yes, it's open. But there's not a lot here. Wait, this cutting torch looks clean enough. With a little work, this could be salvaged. Is this Bicol-Tech? Hard to tell. Looks compatible with the suit, though. I'll stow it and see what I can do with it when we get back to base. Oh, that's a big deal. I know exactly where I want to use that. There was a sealed lab on the other side of the world that I needed to check out. Well, this is definitely a worthwhile trip. The plates of the wreck buckle and bend outwards here, bent away by some huge interior force. Like a crash landing, maybe? Some force. The craters clustered around the vessel suggest an explosive force of some considerable magnitude. Yeah, some explosive force. Of which crash landing seems to be the most likely. But, you know, could be anything, I guess. These creatures seem to produce small branching buds, in the same way that a hydra grows a clone of itself in order to reproduce. Wow. Yo, thank you for the 90 months of continued support, Glittermancer. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the adventuring party. Happy to have you around. Yep, another game you gave me. Yeah, this one's been real interesting. I don't really know how to describe it. It's like a VN where you are the sort of onboard AI for a set of power armor that a xenobiologist is using to go diving in an alien ocean. You're not in purgatory anymore. Oh, good. I'm glad you've been rescued from purgatory. Spamming too many bits, I guess. Very weird choice from Twitch. Most of the wreck must have already been lost to the brine. Only this section remains, precariously settled on a silt bank. Which has been through the entirety of the wreck. But okay, we'll go over here. Maybe there's more wreck this way. There's definitely more things. Lung crests. That's what we're calling it? If you say so. I'd like to call these lung crests. Those bubbles they carry on their backs are so cumbersome. Oh, right. Because they have air bubbles on their backs. So, I would want to call them like reverse camels, but that's a terrible name for an animal. A shelled crab-like creature which scavenges the ocean floor in search of nutrients. Carries a mucus-lined bubble on its back. At this creature's interior sits a sphere surrounded by a reflective membrane, bathed in light from the transparent sections in its body. Could this set of seeps have been created by the wreck's impact? Perhaps it breached the bedrock, protecting the methane below. I mean, that seems to be the most likely situation now. Whatever its origin, the wreck here has become a sanctuary for the ocean's life. There is a beauty to its reclamation. None of this adds up. If there's a wreck here, then there were people. And if there were people, well, why doesn't everyone know about this place, about its incredible life? We've spent centuries looking for life outside of Earth and found nothing. I've seen so many dead planets, so many barren worlds. I've certified each of them clear of life. Just so an exoplanet extraction corp can pick them clean for maximum profit. Strip mine them for the resources our ever-expanding species needs. This place is impossible, one in millions, and yet it's already marked by our greedy fingerprints. Who brought this ship here? This has to be the history Renee will need to uncover. Let's head back to base. There's more to find, I'm sure of it. Well then, if there's more to find, why would I head back to base? North of here, the debris field fades away as the ocean floor slopes towards the abyssal plain. And over here, discarded shell. Ooh, more samples. Don't mind if I do. A crusted shell sits on the edge of the brine pool. Its former inhabitants nowhere to be seen. We could sample it here. And we will. Probably. Once I've burned something I don't care about. A shell striped with crests found among the brine pools. Was there anything else that I felt like I needed to investigate in this particular branch? I don't think so. I think it is now time to return to base. Turn in all of this stuff. And get some scans done. Keep expecting the creatures from Subnautica to show up. This game is not that dangerous. It's really not a jump scare kind of game. The entire thing is underwater, but you know, the most dangerous thing I have found so far is something that makes my my little dials tick down a little bit faster. Minay is growing. I haven't dared to go in. What does that mean? What did I miss? Something has happened. Come to medical now. Okay. I can't make sense of the readouts. Her vitals are unreadable, but she is still alive. Whatever kept her alive on the slopes is changing her somehow. I've been sat here watching her. I don't know what to do. You think she's in pain? Yeah, probably. How can you know? Her brain is active, but she's unresponsive. There are procedures. Every base stack is equipped with quarantine systems. I can authorize the lab to be purged. End it now. Is that still Minay? I can't... What do you think? Should I authorize the purge? The purge? I think you should not authorize the purge. No. You're right. That's Minay. I didn't come all this way just to... We need to monitor her. To try to understand what is happening here. Thank you. I won't give up on her. I won't be afraid of what I don't understand. We can find the answers together. Okay. We can do this. I've hooked up that cutting torch from the debris field. I hope it helps. I need some answers. Let's find that other ROV. Alright, plenty to do before we head out. Oh, that's a lot of weird individual pings of life around Minay Nomura. That's... Maybe we should have authorized the purge. Maybe we needed to purge. Error. Vital signs unclear. Foreign genetic material detected. Rapid tissue growth. Error, 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 error. That's a lot of errors. That's not great. Alright, well, I have some samples. Why did it take... Every time I clicked it, it darkened this. And it wouldn't let me drag it over until it did. There's definitely some of this stuff I'm not going to be able to analyze because I didn't get descriptions of the animals. But we'll see what it lets me do. Lungcrest. Brine eaters. Yep. Yep. More Lungcrest stuff. More brine eater stuff. This one doesn't work. This one doesn't work, yeah. Okay, what about this one? Right, because we didn't find enough of them to get names for them. Sure. Okay. So what did we get? Oh. Lungcrest. Lungcrests resemble large crabs in their basic anatomy, though they are instantly recognizable by the large, multi-chambered bubbles they carry on their backs. The function of these bubbles is unclear, but each individual produces slightly different bubble forms, and individuals have also been observed with their bubbles at different levels of inflation. They seem to be filled with gas, but without analyzing one directly, we cannot know which gases. To feed, Lungcrests use their complex mouthparts to chew up silt and rock, slowly and systematically working through their territory. These territories seem to be unique to each creature, and I have yet to see one Lungcrest trespassing on another individual's garden. A direct sample of their mucus bubbles might help us understand more about their behavior. Alright, well let's figure that out then. After finding a shed Lungcrest bubble, it has been possible to analyze its contents. The majority of the bubble is filled with oxygen, with some amounts of methane, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide. It seems that in its processing of minerals and compounds found in the silt and rock of the ocean floor, Lungcrests are able to produce and process these gases, perhaps with the help of a bacterial symbiont living inside their bodies. But what are they producing these bubbles for? It could be that they're a defensive structure, able to be shed and popped when the relatively slow-moving and vulnerable Lungcrests need to escape. But then why the carefully managed cocktail of gases? Further investigation is needed. In particular, we should look to inspect a Lungcrest shell. Good thing I found one of those, too! Sampling a Lungcrest shell has made the function of their mucus-lined bubbles clear. After seeing Lungcrests scavenging around, and even entering into the brine pools, it seems obvious that their bubbles are in fact natural scuba gear, allowing them to move around the anoxic environment of the brine lake. The shell confirms this, with a clear vent in the shell, which allows the Lungcrest to access the gas within the bubble without breaking it. This unique evolution means that despite their slow speed and sheer ignorance of what goes on around them, Lungcrests are highly resilient, their thick shells and bubble crests together forming a kind of analog of my own dive suit. I'll be sure to say hello to these fellow divers the next time we visit the brine lake. Whoa. Thick protective shell. That is a giant bubble. That is a way bigger bubble than I expected hearing the description. So the shell is like a platform for like a Metroid-sized bubble that's sitting on top of the shell. Wow. What an animal. Alright, what about this one? The brine eaters, which we also fully explored. Cool. Brine eaters are hairy, frond-like creatures that live in clumps around Glies's deep ocean brine pools. Looking like large, dark, overgrown ferns, they sway their branching limbs through the pools, whisking the cloudy brine as they do. Each frond is thick with bristles, which are often caked in a bright orange substance that reacts to the brine on contact, brightening as it does. Their fingers are coated with Cheeto dust? What exactly this substance is or does is difficult to tell. It's Cheeto dust. But it seems that the eaters intentionally foster its growth on their limbs, using their matted hair to keep it attached. Individual eaters can be hard to isolate from the clumps they live in, making additional observations difficult. Understanding more about these creatures will require us to gather some samples. I could throw a Cheeto at you if you need a sample. Analyzing samples of the bacteria which grows among the hairs of the brine eater's fronds has shown that it is their main source of nutrition. This bacteria, which is extremophile in nature. Extremophile. What a word. Is able to metabolize the toxic brine the eater dips it into. The eater repeatedly dips the bacteria into the brine in order to regulate its growth, with each dip causing a rapid increase in reproduction within the bacterial colony. When the eater's limb is thick with orange microbes, it then wipes it across another frond, where much of the bacteria is quickly digested by the creature, leaving just enough behind on the limb to regrow the colony. It seems the name brine eater is a misnomer. It is the bacteria which eats the brine, and eaters just consume the bacteria. Exclamation mark! Wow, Ellery's so excited. Inspecting the tissue of a brine eater shows that despite a full nervous system, they have no central brain. In fact, regeneration present in the tissue sample suggests that a brine eater could be regrown from just a single piece of an individual, and is highly resistant to predatory damage. With no central self to orient themselves around, brine eaters are a highly resilient form of life, which is perhaps how they have come to exist in one of the harshest environments of Gliese, the shore of a brine lake. They're so resilient, in fact, that I would expect that brine eaters and their variants might be found all across this ocean, each one grown from the smallest fragment of one original individual, deep in the past of this planet. And what do they look like? Bristly frond, digestive frond, sessile base, branching structure, bacterial growth within bristle mesh. Okay, so the bristles get dipped into the brine, and then once the bacteria is thick enough, it's wiped onto the digestives, which eat it. Alright. Extremophile is things that like living in extreme conditions. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Extreme and ophile are some pretty clear root words for that word. Well then. Neat. Oh, we have another journal entry for Ellery. Minay is gone. She's left behind one hell of a mess. This base is falling apart, cannibalized to build way stations out in the ocean. The communications array sliced away, life support failing. Where did she even commandeer this research base from? There's no way Baikal would have supplied it willingly after what she did to them. Did she shoot down a Baikal ship in order to get this research base? Wild. What did she call me out here for? To witness her disappearance? Or did she simply want me to encounter, as she did, the impossible life of this ocean? How could it have gone ignored for hundreds of years of exploration and conquest? There are too many questions to even begin. All I can do is keep an account of what happens here, so that if I can't answer these questions, someone else might. It'll be weeks, maybe months, until the next ship passes close enough to pick up my shuttle transponder. Until then, I'm alone. This place is unbelievably important. Our first contact with life beyond Earth. But something else is happening here, too, and I need to know what it is. Intergalactic drug deals. That's what it is. That's my guess. Right, time to go back out there. Before I do, though, I think I'm going to take my usual stream break here, stretch my legs, fill up on water, maybe get another soda, actually. But we'll be back in a couple minutes, ready to keep this going. And I guess the next step is go back out into the reefs, go back out into the abyssal plains. Or I could use the thing. The torch that I just got, and go cut open the thing that needs to be cut open. I think I'll do that first, actually. That's this thing here. Do I need to bring anything with me? Do I need to have taken a particular resource with me in order to come down into the blue? Some extra oxygen is probably what I need to take with me. Otherwise, it's fine. I don't need anything to cut the way open. How do I... Here? Yeah. So really all we need is something to keep me going if I start running low on oxygen. And I guess it wouldn't hurt to do the same for power? Yeah, alright. That'll probably be enough. Most likely I won't end up using either of these. Could take some samples while I'm out here. Probably doesn't matter too much. I just want samples of whatever's in that one base area. And then the goal here is just to run through, navigate as fast as possible. And like I could be using the thing to like clear some oxygen paths with the creatures or whatever, but mostly we just need to kind of run on through. This is actually kind of useful to take the hello. Plasma torch. Oh, neat. It's like a separate thing. All right, well, maybe I will learn how to use it when I need to. Is it down this way? Or is this nothing? It might be this way. Yeah, because it's down here. What are we doing out here? Picking through the remains of the bloom? No more wandering. We should be heading deeper. That's where the answers lie. Call in the drone and let's find that final ROV. Oh, come on! Oh, come on! I just got... You're not gonna let me use the thing? Oh, Ellery, I'm about to evict you. Alright, I guess we can't do this. Well, that is so rude. We just got the torch. No more wandering. You goddamn human piece of... Give me new toys and then don't let me play with them! Garbage human. Actually, I should take with me an oxygen source and an reasonable power source, just in case. Most likely I'm not going to need it, and I'll just end up burning it, but just in case. Like, it's not like it's doing me any good in storage anyway. Alright, now we're going out this way. Declining slope. The pale floor descends rapidly away from the ridge in this direction, towards a field of shadowy outcrops. A mass of tentacles and growths unlike anything I've seen. What is that? Looks like a whole menagerie of creatures, caught in a silken net. That's a weird statement. No explicit, I'm starting to take notes about it? Alright, cool. It's difficult to understand the anatomy of these creatures just by looking. Another group of towers rises toward the pale light, each strata piled, that's a P, piled with silver silt. Everything's got silt on it. I guess that's what happens when you're 1,500 meters underwater. In the shadow of the towers, there's a deep silence. Unlike the silence that was already present at 1,500 meters underwater, we're going left first. From between the towers, a pale blue light flickers over the rocks. Oh. It's the things. Veil Tangle. The veils reach out towards the black basalt towers, emanating flashes of cyan light. Yeah, this is why I brought power with me. More veils. We need to be careful. There has to be a way to find the path through. A gap is opened up between the veils, allowing passage between their gauzy bodies. This is going up north in a way that I didn't want to. This veil is in the process of splitting away from the rest of its body. Is this how veils are born, or is this an injury? Good question. Next question. So what's up here then? Flanked by the towers, this path leads ever deeper down the slope, okay? Or does it just connect both of these? This one just goes around the tangle instead of through? Veils shimmer along the slope, marked with both glittering lights and the dark remains of those creatures who strayed too close. This close to a veil, the light is unbearably intense, its repeated patterns leaving ghosts on my retinas. This is gonna hurt, but okay. Whoa. It's the same complex creatures before. Just casually charging through the veils? No concerns? I didn't think you could do that. Like, these hurt me. And dude is just okay. No problems. With the blinding veils behind me, I notice smaller pinpricks of light moving across the slope. There are other creatures here. Even on the far side of the tangle, the veil's lights can be overwhelming, multiplying my shadow in all directions. Let's not go through the tangle again if I don't have to. Water bulbs. Alright. Tell me about water bulbs. I'm calling these cryptic creatures water bulbs. Let's see what we can uncover about them back at the lab. Partially transparent, egg-shaped creatures which feed by filtering water. The strange sphere sits inside their iridescent interiors. Occasionally, this creature stops and unfolds its tentacles and chambers to cover a broad area of water. Is it hunting? Yes, okay, so they connect here and come back up, and it's... I'm just dumb for walking through the veil that one time, since it just connects. Sure. This outcrop hides a wealth of life, from long-legged crawlers and filter feeders to blurred shapes which flit through the suit's lamps. That is a lot of lives. On closer inspection, these petals are solid growths, not fragile objects. They sit like thin tree stumps in the sand, each on its own wide stalk. Unlike the Bloom's fans, these deep water variants are covered with a translucent sheath of mucus, which protects their delicate spines. This huge curved fan glows with warm bioluminescence. Waves of amber light pass up its considerable height. Well, it's going to give me a sample now. I already have one, but I'll take another one. Yeah, none of this is new. All of this is stuff I have previously had. Cold Fire Bathers. I'm gonna name these Cold Fire Bathers. They seem to be strongly linked to the light of these fans. What a strange name. But okay, Ellery, if that's what you want to do. I don't tell you how to do your job. So maybe don't tell me how to do mine, and let me go back to exploring, you jerk. These wide petal-shaped plants gather in groups and grow in the light of deep-sea fans. Their pollen fills the water around each stem. Ah, another sample! I do like samples. From this side, this arrangement of pulsing and glowing forms nestled into the basalt is a sanctuary of life and warming light. Hey, something new. Sweet. Deep pollen. Love it. Ovular growths. Standing beside these clusters of egg-like forms, I can feel them filtering huge volumes of seawater in pulsing gulps. Okay. Hello? I thought this was going to be samples? No, it's just an object. My mistake. The heck happened? Fast creature. A better look at these creatures shows they are swimming with their rear legs while using their tails to propel themselves somehow. Neat. Away from the outcrop, the silty slope begins to descend again. Down we go. I am once again given a pair of triangles, a choice. A large tangle of veils stretches out ahead, producing a cyan light that softly flickers in the dark. A large field of veils, whose pale blue light appears unpleasantly cold in comparison to the warmth of the oasis. We're gonna go this way. No wonder Minet's ROVs never returned. These veils are everywhere. Like on Earth, they must rely on predation to survive this deep, where little sunlight reaches. Well, that looks like it'll definitely work, so let's see what's out here. Yeah, this is crossing the veil. Alright, we can do this without crossing the veil, I think. Tangled veils create a translucent, twitching maze. Who knows how temporary these gaps in the walls of veils are? We should make use of them while we can. There is beauty to being inside a field of veils, a song of light that makes it impossible to keep a sense of direction. These looped veils are carrying a wave of light that passes from one individual to another and back again. What does this mean? Good question. Next question. The veils here create a set of gauzy walls closing off the ocean around. Like city lights beyond a curtain, I can see the warm pinpricks of an oasis behind this waxy veil. An avenue between the veils. Flickering shapes caught in the suit's lamps suggest other creatures make use of this safe passage too. Sample candidate! Oh, it's gonna hurt to get to this one, though. Some creature has shed, or lost, a segment of its tail here. Among the veils. It looks small enough to sample. Alright, well, it's probably worth. Thunk. Wrong button. Tail segment. Sure. Thunk. Ooh, big hits. Alright, the tail segment and the deep pollen we need to keep, but only one deep pollen. The fan sheath. Oh, we need to keep the fan sheath too, I think. Which means I don't have anything I can use to refill my power. Alright, well. Maybe it'll suck. Who knows? The veils are coming together ahead. I hope this gap will remain open long enough for us to pass through. Tangle Edge. A gap in the tightly knotted veils leads to the welcoming amber light of another oasis. Past the drifting sheets, another pattern of light skirts around the edges of the tangle. A mutual predator to the veils, perhaps? This veil is hung with the husks of its catches, like dark clouds obscuring the starlit sky of its bioluminescence. So unnecessary. Alright, this is not new, which means I can eat this for power. Cold Fire Fan, we're calling it. Alright. After those mesmerizing flame-like pulses. Sure. Filter-feeding fans that, beneath a mucus sheath, pulse with warm light, often surrounded by other creatures benefiting from their glow. And these things? It's hard to tell if this is a colonial creature or a single individual. Whichever it is, we should keep our distance to avoid those tentacles. That's fair. This fan shimmers with waves of cold fire, bathing the surrounding oasis in warm light. They all do that, but this one is sampleable, so I guess it's more relevant. Fan sheath, that's helpful. Another garden of creatures rooted into a dark basalt shelf. A welcome break from the intensity of the Veil Field. Tiny creatures crawl silently along the layers of dark rock, leaving behind small, strange marks in the shallow silt piles. Alright, we gotta go this way because it's sample candidates. So let's get the samples. Fast creature. These creatures seem to follow the same routes back and forth through the veils. Why do they limit themselves to these pathways? Because it's easier to code. More deep pollen. Okay, this doesn't matter to me in the slightest. We've got plenty of oxygen on me. These veils seem to sit away from these basalt shelves, preferring to seed themselves in the silty dark between the rocks. Okay, so this is just a way up as long as I don't mind powering through the veils as opposed to going around. It's a speedrun route. This side of the outcrop, where the warm light of the fan does not reach, is absent of life. At the edge of the outcrop, in the light sand slope, a shallow burrow leads down. Eggs glint within. We could sample them here. Alright. I'm in. Abyssal sail shell. That's cool. I'm calling these abyssal sail shells. Those wide tail plates are instantly recognizable. I don't know whose egg this is, but now we have an egg. Beaded eggs. Cool. At the northernmost tip of this outcrop, a dark pillar rises up, its stacked layers edged with pale silt. Ovular growths? Heck yeah! Time to sample more garbage. These pale, pulsing creatures have noticeable growths budding off from their central form. We could sample them here. And we will. Ovoid bud. Is there another one to grab? There is another one to grab. Grabbing it. Alright, this one's going straight into the reactor, though. Away from the outcrops, the Veils claim what territory they can. This field's the largest I've seen, wandering away into the deep. As the basalt shelf sinks back into the silt, the ocean floor falls away into a huge field of glittering veils. We're going left first, if we can. A group of looped veils output the same pattern in an ornate game of call and response. Oh my god, what happened? Nothing, it just... Oh, it attacked me! Did it attack me? Did I lose power on there? I wasn't looking at the power, so I don't know whether or not I actually lost power on whatever that thing just happened. But it made the noise as if I lost power. I don't know if anybody was watching. I think it did actually attack me. I think I need to pay attention to that. They did call out that we need to keep our distance. Are they communicating with each other? A real question. Presumably, this is a way to bull through faster than going around. But I want to read all the things, so we will go around. A split in the veils leads into the ornate interior. Navigating this huge tangle will be a struggle. The veils are reaching in towards this point on the ocean floor, like vines seeking the sun. Now we have a name for it, Deep Orrery. With all those orbiting polyps and strings, I am naming this creature the Deep Orrery. An ornate creature that casts a net-like arrangement of tentacles and polyps to shock passing prey into submission. In this middle point of the tangle, it is impossible to see beyond the glimmering walls to the ocean beyond. Here, the walls of veils come in close, turning away from the core of the tangle at strange angles. I think I need to go up and left here, so we're going to head to the right first. The veils on each side are mimicking each other, both in shape and pattern, their pulsing lights playing a mirror game. That's neat. Oh, good. That's duplicates, so I can eat it for power, which I will need. A large basalt pillar sits on the shelf, its dark skin textured by the lights of the nearby tangle. Ooh, sample candidate, you say? I might. Bodies of creatures that were trapped in the veils lie piled in the silt. The veils must pass them here from tangle to tangle. The curving walls lead to another gap in the tangle, filled with light and movement. Okay, let's see if I have to go through the tangle to get here, rather than being able to go around. Ah, I can go around, lucky. Basalt outcrop. At the far side of the veil field, this outcrop sits silently, dappled with warm pockets of life. Samples! Ah, it's the same thing. Okay. Well, at least it's free reactor juice. At the tip of the shelf, fed by a soft current, these creatures pump moving water around the outcrop. Is this why the veils stay away? This gap between tangles allows passage further down the slope. going on over here, though. Because I thought I saw... Yeah. The glow of an amber fan and the soft shapes of its petal audience can be seen just behind the black rock. Alright, I don't need more deep pollen, though. Shielded from the veils by the basalt pillar, this fan hosts a small colony of petals, their spores speckled across its sheath. So the one fan sits around a bunch of different petals that are all throwing their spores at it. Lewd. Okay, this is a thing that we know about, but also is a free 30%. So I suppose I will take that. The petals here have had their roots dug up by some creature. We could take a sample of them. I suppose we shall. The bulbous roots of deep-sea plant life from a glowing oasis. I love a good bulbous root. These glittering veils have formed a close perimeter around the outcrop, but seem to be keeping their distance. Okay. So we just get to do loops around the outcrop? Great. I want to go through here, but only after this dude disappears. Because I'm worried about walking through that. The tentacles. I don't want to get shocked. Whoa, okay, so just getting near him shocks me. Okay. Wow, worrisome. Another clearing in the field, surrounded by possible routes both through and past the flickering veils. The tangle is behind us now, leaving only the dark of the deep ocean ahead. Okay, so this is the direction that I would come up from if I took the speedrun route. I suppose. One tangle has split away from another here, moving down the slope away from the field. A shell segment gleams among a large number of semi-digested husks dumped by the veils. It looks small enough to sample. Shell segment. I probably need that. Okay. God, lots of ways through here. Okay, we probably didn't need to do it that way, but oh well, whatever. I need to heal up here. I guess we'll just pop one of those. Oh, this is a thing I already have. Alright, well. Two veils that look like they have recently split present a narrow gap in this maze. Does this connect to anything relevant? God damn it! These things keep shocking me. Starting to think there is some battle for territory between the veils as they search for the best spots to cast their nets. Yeah, I don't want to get near these things. You do your thing and just stay away from me while I sit here. The tangle turns back on itself, revealing new paths into its interior. The gap in the middle of the tangle where the lights are dimmer, the sickening, shifting sensation lessened. Here the veils close in towards each other, sheets passing up against one another with gentle waves. The veils meet here, but through their translucent skin I can see the dark shape of an outcrop. Unlike the other outcrops, this dark rock is being invaded by the veils, subsumed by the tangles. Tell me more. Something clouded in purple glints in the silt beyond the veil. It looks small enough to sample whole. All right, hit me. This is gonna hurt. Hey, good. Something new. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Shed polyp. Polyp from a colonial life form, lost on the ocean floor. Though the veils are encroaching on its position, the outcrop silently holds out against their cold chemical light. Alright, we're gonna go this way, up and out. Ow. And hopefully find something up here that we can use to heal. Another refuge in these dark waters, glowing with life. Surrounded by its audience of light-bathing petals, the fan's sheath shimmers with amber light, like a bonfire. This is extra. That's a thing that I already know what it is. Now we can sample here. Yes. Turn that into a heal. Among the elegant shapes of the petals, small, stilt-legged creatures stride, cleaning particles from their pitted surface. What do I think that's going to be? Could be petal root. If it's petal root, that's great, actually. Deep pollen. Okay, I don't care about deep pollen. Fading petals. At the edge of the light from the fan, the petals are pale and twisted away, perhaps turning to another source of food. Basalt pillar. Faint flickers of light silhouette a tall pillar of basalt shards, rising up into the faint blue glow above. Dying veil. Yo. Twisted back on itself, this veil is being eaten away by creatures, its defensive abilities neutered. We could sample some tissues here. And I suppose we shall. Veil tissue. So much new stuff. Is all of this stuff new? All of this stuff might be new, actually. I'm just gonna call... Oh, I can't do that. Okay. Alright. I guess I won't call in for a retrieval. Because, like, none of this stuff is discardable. Well, I guess this one is discardable. This one I brought with me. And I don't seem to need the oxygen. The tangles of veils close around the outcrop here, encasing it in a prison of glittering lights. Where the veils intersect, strips of bioluminescence flower, creating bright folds in their gossamer material. Uh-oh. Dead end. Unless... Yeah, I don't want to have to find my way around. After the last veil, the dark returns. I'll just take the hit. It'll be okay, I'm sure. This game is pretty generous. Outside the reach of the Veils, the dark, cool water is a welcome change from the incoherent patterns of light. Listen, just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's not coherent. We seem to be through. No more Veils ahead. Great. Unlike the other outcrops, this one is free of life. Is proximity to the Veils vital for the other colonies' coexistence? Another shelf appears out of the dark, but nowhere on its surface can I see the warm glow of a fan. Presumably this just goes back around to the safer route away from the Veils. The slope continues its irresistible descent towards the distant abyssal plane. Yeah, this is the safe route out. Oh, I was here before. And then I went back around because I wanted to find more stuff. And there was more stuff to find, so I made the right call. But the Veils thin out, the last of their light falling across the sandy slope as it descends into deeper water. Another of Manet's ROVs scattered across the outcrop. We should be able to use its transmission core to reach the base. And this is what we were looking for. Here, in the middle of the outcrop, an ROV. This one was carrying a supply cache too. We can recharge and refill our oxygen. Because the oxygen is the part that matters right now. Yes, thank you. Let's access its map data. Open up the terminal when you're ready. Okay. Seems like this ROV was disabled by the Veils, like the other one. This can't be right. The mapping scans report a large physical anomaly just north of here. From the data, it looks like a structure. That's impossible. Really, impossible. I bet you thought that alien life was impossible before showing up here. Maybe the Veils fried the sensors? Either way, we should go check it out. Well, alright, I suppose we will do that thing that you said. Me and my full inventory. Past the shelf, there is only the dark of the descending slope. Nothing here but the silt flickering in the suit's headlamps. Yeah, that does look pretty structure-like, doesn't it? Some strangely geometric rocks sit in the dark. What are these formations? A huge flat structure bedded into the seafloor. Could Manet have built this? What are we looking at here? It appears to be some kind of shaft cut into the bedrock. I can't see the bottom. Who made this? Looks like it's been here far longer than anything else. A yawning black shaft that descends into the seafloor. An anomaly that must be solved. Whoa, down we go! Okay! Alright, let's go. How far down can we go? Wait a minute. How many atmospheres are we rated for? I mean, I'll keep going if you let me. Nope, keep going down. Oh, no more down. Alright, what'd we find? Entry seal. A huge round doorway, sealed by a thin metal security iris, the plates of which are furred with orange rust. Alright, evidence of sentient life on this planet, which may or may not have come from outside of this planet. It's some kind of facility. What was happening down here? Why would someone bury this place so deep? We have to get inside. You know what they say about curiosity, don't you? We can use the torch to cut through the seal. Fire it up. Torch. Prime. Ah, cost power. Ignite. Well, that's opened up. Great. Sand and rock fills one side of the accessway. Dark holes in the walls and ceiling reveal layers of eaten-away piping and ducts, implying that this facility was not intended to be full of water, probably. Beyond the doorway, a vast dark space opens out in the rock, filled with the skeletal remains of rusted machines. Cool. Why are things going red here? That's icky. Red sediment. The water is filled with red flakes catching in the lamps. From the walls, rusticles hang in lumpen garlands. What an incredible sentence structure. This place is huge. How the hell was it built down here? There's very little oxygen for the rebreather to cycle here, so we're running on reserves. Let's move. The longer you talk to me, the less we're moving. Once a loading bay or a vehicle hangar, this domed atrium is now dark and distorted. Its huge sand drifts hiding piles of oxidized metal. Above, a huge shelf lurches out of the curved roof of the bay, its underside hung with globular orange spines. The eaten-away frame of a vehicle lies outside the lock, the canopy twisted open and fused in place. A large open lock leads into the depths of what appears to be a corporate arcology, but secrets have been buried in this place. Both doors of the massive main lock sit open. The entire arcology must be flooded. What? Massive breach. Life support will fail in 2 hours. Is there anyone from Baikal on this channel? Please respond. Oh dear. The vast volume of the arcology lies ahead, piled with rock and sand, drowned in this dark ocean. The main volume of the arcology is broken up by low buildings, partitioned away from the space. Were these offices? Homes? Those are Baikal markings. What was an Exoplanet Extraction Corp doing here? I worked for Baikal. Manet worked for Baikal. They built this suit. They built a base. They mine exoplanets, skim helium from gas giants. They help drive forward humanity's expansion. If they discovered life, we would have known. Everyone would have known. Unless something happened here. Something they didn't want anyone to know about. This almost motionless polyp with its waving cilia is anchored to the metal plating. Its pale flesh is drained of color. It also moved away, almost motionless. Don't give me that. It ran. Bright spirals. The metal walls of this passage are etched with strange spiral patterns. What made these? Some glisten with a thick mucus. Time to take samples! I'm full. So we'll eat one. Ornate pattern of secretions left on a corroded metal paddle. Thick knots of wires are strung between the angular buildings. Ducts and pipes poke through the pockmarked metal plates. The whole facade of this building has been torn away. The rough shapes of metal furniture and tools lie in the sand. The distinct shape of a metal desk lies half buried, its surface blurred by a thick coating of silt. E. Harrison. Deep retrieval needs more repairs. They need to stop pushing so hard. The artificers aren't going anywhere. The metal walls are buckled by pressure and corrosion, leaving a large wound in the side of this compartment. H. Albright. Say again? Constantine did what? Jesus Christ. Harrison, Site 2 is breached. Power is spiking. This entire corner of the room is piled with tons of rock and sand, leading to a gaping hole in the arcology ceiling above. The angular shapes of heavy machinery are everywhere, their delicate parts fused by corrosion into complex, thick-veined patterns. So, some pretty terrible things happened here, huh? The lines of fabricators and machines suggest this was some sort of machine room for the repair and maintenance of the arcology. Loose wires hanging across the doorway are clumped with fragile lumps of silt like tumorous growths. That sounds awful. An automated transport sled loaded with crushed storage cases juts unevenly out of the sand. Okay. Passage to the northwestern part of the arcology is blocked by a huge rock slide, with boulders strewn across the concourse. In all directions, huge sand drifts shine in the dark. Among them, the shapes of crippled buildings resemble the remains of a desert city. Ex Otero. Oh, that's the one I already saw. An alleyway cuts between piles of sand and loose rocks, sealed up with a security iris after the breach. I guess that means I'm gonna have to torch it. Well, then let's torch it. Takes a little bit of time. T. Sigurdsson. Site 2 is silent. There's nothing from the Ophelos. Site 1 is off the grid. Where are the rescue teams? Bent at a sharp angle, the wall here is coming away from the floor, leaving a sharp-edged opening into the room beyond. Okay. The tables, the disordered rows of chairs, this had to be where they ate, where they spoke. How many lived here? Chairs lie in disarray. What happened here? Was it sudden, or a slow, creeping realization that everything was about to end? Scans suggest the creature is eroding the surface below through its cilia, absorbing nutrients from the oxidizing metal. G. Jones. EF? Nothing from the Ophelos. Their feed just cut out. We're being erased here. Baikal is pulling the plug. Disobedience will be reported. Consider your next action carefully. Damn it, Koji. We're dead and buried here. Even in the face of... even in the face of complete abandonment, some people just want to lick boots. Sand slopes down over the tables and chairs from a breach in the wall. It's hard not to imagine witnessing the breach. We're full? We're full. I gotta go back and turn this stuff in. Were these gaps smashed through when the arcology was breached? Or are they part of the slow processes of rust and decay? Polyp's flesh recoils at the barest hint of pressure, but no further movement or response occurs. What are you talking? It's still moving! It's literally moving on the map! What are you talking about? Ellery! The facility twists away into the dark, drifts of pale sand filling its corridors as if it was an ancient tomb. Yeah, but there's like stuff to sample, stuff to grab. Except I am very full on samples. Spirals have been etched across the surface, representing the polyp's path of movement at the rate of an inch per week. This is an inch per week? Don't lie to me. The metal plates here are marked with elaborate spiraling patterns. Their makers, ghostly polyps, scrape back and forth, adding to their work. There's definitely something to sample back here. Yep. The wall glistens with a thick secretion left by a polyp retracing the same pattern over and over. We could sample this thick mucus here. Is this the thick mucus? That's kind of convenient, actually. Just double check that it is the same thing? Okay, cool. Then I can pop this and restore some much needed resources. Slow Mason. Okay, sure. We'll call these Slow Masons for their careful glacial etching into the arcology's walls. They're hypnotic. Slow, colorless polyps found inside the arcology ruins. They trace spirals across the metal remains of the facility, feeding off it. Crushed room. The remains of a workshop or office, flooded with sand and rock, twisted metal plating hanging from bent frames. Sand has filled this corridor, which looks to have led back into the entry hall. The breach must have been catastrophic. A metal desk pushed against the sand drift. A Baikal-branded mug holds a pile of rotting paper from drifting away. No one is coming to dig us out. Constantine has cost us everything. The entry hall just breached. This is it. All right. Wow, this is ominous. This is not what I expected for my xenobiology sim. I read those. This room was totally obliterated by rock and sand. The shards of bent wall are the only remains of the building. I'm sorry, Isabel, for what we did here. Isabel. Among the sand drifts that fill these four buildings are the shapes of tiered bunks. This is where they slept. This place isn't a facility. It's a city. How many more died here? Those without dive recorders, those buried under rock and sand. Makes my skin crawl. I'm going to get some shut-eye. First geoengineering shift is in 4 hours. See you in 3. Died the way he lived, fast asleep. The door to the berths is slid back, revealing the sand-choked beds of the arcology's occupants. You don't know that, Jason. They are going to come for us. No one is coming. We both know that. This would be Jason Opoly. I lied to get here, Kai. Now I'm going to pay for it. What do you mean? This isn't even my real name. A set of overalls lie flat on in the berth. Wisps of sediment drifting from their openings. A Baikal logo is still faintly visible. Jason isn't even his real name. Dramatic. On the still intact berths lie decomposing clothes, a single glove, a pair of round, clouded glasses. Behind the crew quarters, huge pipes sit against the wall, surrounded by sand. What was powering this place when it was in operation? Were these supplying the power for the arcology? Perhaps a geothermal plant buried deep below? The wide tunnel to the northern part of the arcology is completely collapsed. Is there anything left under all these tons of rock? Oh, the music's starting to get real ominous. What's going on? Earth-originating species of coral from the families Musidae and Marulinidae. They feed through both photosynthesis and filtering. Earth-born corals, these polyps build environments for themselves through the calcareous material deposited as their skeletons. Shattered atrium. This octagonal atrium was clearly once lined with glass and filled with water. An aquarium at the heart of the facility. Are those corals? They must have brought them from the ocean reserves on Earth. The derelict atrium reaches upwards, its sculpted rock towers rising into the dark. We can use it to reach the upper levels. Okay. This pipe, now filled with sand, looks like it exploded outwards, taking the glass atrium wall with it. With a prime view of the atrium, this had to be the office of someone important within the arcology. Now it's just another derelict room. I understand, sir. No, we are prepared to follow erasure protocols. The site is already sealed with all hands present. Damn. Erasure protocols. Don't like that. A ragged split in the atrium wall is lined with rust, leading through into dark, particle-choked corridors. So, this explains what Minet was looking for out here. At least. Even if it doesn't necessarily explain how she got that information. Metal boxes sit on powered pallets, abandoned mid-transit. What were they moving in and out of this place? The rock and sand covers the rusted metal of the arcology so completely that it is hard to know where the facility ends and the caves begin. I hear ya. I understand. The walls here are covered in spiraling patterns, an obscure lexicon written in glistening trails of mucus. If it's more spiral secretion, that would be nice. And it is. Here, the collapsing arcology walls have broken through into an existing cave complex deep beneath the ocean floor. Is that where all the polyps came from? The caves lead away from the bulk of the arcology, wrapping themselves through the solid rock of the planet's crust. The sand filling this tunnel turns it into a dark horizontal slit, but I can detect a current running into it. How deep do these caves lead? The spirals here are smaller and more interwoven than elsewhere in the arcology. Layer after layer forms a patina of circular marks. A large molted skin is piled in the corner of the cave, fragments of it drifting away across the sand. What creature left us here? So this is going to be something new, which means I have to figure out what other new thing I am going to abandon in order to pick it up. Probably the fan sheath. We've seen a bunch of those, so those are relatively easy to go pick up again. Molted skin. A piece of a larger pale skin found in the caves by the arcology. Is there another one? Good. These caves look ancient and deep. Is this where the creatures now inside the arcology came from? Did the breach release them? That's sure what it seems like. What have we found here? More fan sheets, yep. Which I can no longer pick up. Unless I want to delete something else, which I don't really. So, let's just go on up and see what happens, I guess. Basalt towers brought from the slopes above to decorate the aquarium. A reminder for the occupants of the ocean above their head. Eight broken windows stare out of the atrium into the upper floors, where white-paneled walls resist the rust. The shattered atrium stretches down into the lower level of the arcology. The top of the basalt pillar, a miniature statue of a Baikal suit stands heroically. What the hell was this place? This is probably the way out, so let's explore the rest of this first. Oh, I can just go anywhere here. Okay. This whole thing is just super open. Unlike the lower level, the walls here have resisted the corrosion, their matte white covering stained with orange but unbroken. The aquarium glass of the atrium is shattered, leaving only glinting shards in the orange rust-stained silt. I'm sure it's just a standard security drill, Mr. Fidanza. You will be able to return you to the other shareholders shortly. The financial implications are massive. We have never even come close to achieving this level of computation before. Computation? That's a weird thing to be concerned about. Around the atrium, some of these seating areas remain, flooded with sand. It's easy to imagine lab techs meeting here on their lunch. A crippled metal shutter has rusted over the hole left by the broken window, a security measure which in the end meant nothing. Was this what Manet was looking for in the deep of the ocean? Hang on. Message log? How did she even know it was here? I feel like I'm swimming through other people's secrets. Message log? Hello? Why? This is not a good time for the game to be bugging out on me. The ceiling here bulges with the weight of the rock above, the walls of sand curling inwards. Huge slabs of rock have fallen here, erasing the boundary between the lab and the dark cave surrounding it. The entirety of this room is lost beneath layers of sand. The bars of a metal frame, like bent and broken ribs, poke out of the drift. The acid yellow containers shine brightly in the suit's lamps. Streaks of rust along their sides show how they have sealed with time. Sand piles against the barrier, sealed by the emergency override when the arcology was breached. All right. Torch it. That's what I'm here for. I am here to torch it. Get torched, idiot. The ceiling of the entry hall is partially collapsed. It's a gridwork of girders bent and rusted. I hear you. The rusted, choked hall stretches out in the dark below. Wrecks and rocks lie in the shadows and silt. Oh, nothing? Okay. The rooms here have been buried in rock, leaving only the shattered passage between them and this cave. The cave and the room have merged here, so it's hard to tell one from the other. Was this cave here before the breach? Good, bubbles. This cave system must connect to others under the slopes, allowing creatures to come and go. Mucus bubble! Whoa. Mucus bubble? Which one is mucus bubble? It's something I've seen before. Alright, let's pop this. And then hopefully we'll find some spiral secretions elsewhere, or we'll have to come back for them. Because I do need that oxygen. Deep cracks lead into the dark, and a handful of tracks suggest creatures come and go here. Is this the source of the initial breach? Dark and rough slit behind the lab's paneling leads into the bedrock of the planet. Here, the wall seems to have breached through to a cave system, opened up during the breach. Oh, this is... Yeah, I'm intended to come in the other direction. I see. Ornate geometric skeletons, like those found in the Bloom. Monet called them artificers. What are they doing down here? This side of the lab is layered with sweeping sand, covering the layers of ornate machinery. Artificer skeletons. They were using them. Harvesting them. The equipment here, they were building something, slicing and etching the artificer skeletons. But what? Can these geodesic spheres really be valuable enough to build a whole arcology around? And then to bury it? Well, oxygen's no longer a problem. We might have to burn something for power, though. Protect the specimens. These skeletons alone are able to correlate millions of qubits. They are irreplaceable. Wow. I guess that's a lot of compute. Like the other shareholder said, we have to power down. If the shielding is breached, it could blow out the whole facility. Start shutdown now. Half the lab is drowned in sand, an etcher ripped apart by the collapse. This place was almost totally buried, wiped from existence. Man, whatever's going on here is pretty wild. Sealed cups still sit on the surface. Styluses burned in layers of silver silt. Hardware corroded into lumpen piles. This was a computing lab. All these machines are for hardware fabrication. Why didn't these close when the arcology was breached? Were they opened afterwards? The lockdown overridden somehow? The security locks lie wide open, giving a clear view of the laboratory equipment beyond. A huge entryway suggests this is the complex's main lab. Faded Baikal markings explain procedures for entry and decontamination. Thick chunks of glass can still be seen in the sand. Must have been terrifying when the aquarium shattered. Well, the main locks are upon the entryway is sealed with a hastily installed security iris. We should be able to cut through. All right. Burn that power. The glass door here was violently shattered by the breach, breaking open what looks like a clean room. Ooh, that's a thing I want to know more about. This looks like a suit fabricator, but retooled to build large-scale machinery. Its buckled plates reveal a crimson interior, fused by rust. Bosmans. The artificers. With them, we could rewrite life as we wish. We could rewrite it to endure, Lucas, to surpass us. Suitcases. Like blocky coffins, these containers are still used by Baikal to ship their suits to active facilities. These are empty. No suits here. Rows of chairs and corroded consoles scattered across the tabletops. Precisely machined components thick with silt. Take the suit, Akari. Stop arguing. Without you, this project is dead anyway. Oki needs to survive. Oki. Akari. Yeah, didn't get that far, did he? My little Mine, I'm sorry to leave you all alone. Sing a little for your mother. It's so quiet here. Her parents. Her dad is down here. Now we know why Mine knew about this place. A lightweight lab suit sits propped in a chair. Sediment drifts from gashes in the soft material. Hollow sockets in the helmet faceplate. The suit is tagged. Akari Nomura. I don't understand. How? It's impossible. It's her. It's Mine's mother. This is why Mine came here. She was looking for her mom. She's been here a long time. Decades. Has Mine been looking for her all this time? God, Mine, why didn't you say something? Anything? I can't... Give me a minute. We only have so many minutes. This is still flashing here. Still on reserve oxygen. The lab is ripped apart, plates buckled outwards, massive coolant pipes breached, twisted metal now browned with age. A long yellow cylinder, marked with turquoise glyphs, identical to the casing mounted on the back of this suit. Our suit. The same cylindrical casing as the one mounted on this suit. The same casing that houses you. Akari was building this. Building it from artificers. Building it with the machines in this arcology. She was building you. This is you. One of you, at least. A draft, an earlier version, a prototype. Akari is your mother. Your creator. Wow, I didn't need this existential crisis. Did you know this? Did you know about any of this? I knew nothing. Then you forgot? You malfunctioned? God, I can't think. We need to go. I don't want to be here anymore, please. The glass tubes that once fed coolant into the lab's core are shattered. Glass shards now smoothed by soft currents. The inside of the pipe bulges with corroded growth. It stretches up towards the surface, and a faint circle of light glows above. Ah, a convenient way out. Good, good. Also down. Down? What's down from here? A slow mason, and nothing else. Cool, but at least it's not red. Which means we can breathe again. That's what that means. The water's not choked out of oxygen. The surface of the basalt towers dances faintly with the blue light that falls from the surface above. They look calm, ancient. The slopes descend into the dark ahead, their silver silt a single plane leading towards an inevitable end. We are out. I don't know what to say. Still in range of the ROV on the slopes. Call for pickup. Let's go home. Okay! Bye! Wow. All right, well, now we know a little bit more about why everything here is so weird. Because, dang, things here are so weird. You're back. I guess so. I'm down in medical. I disabled the quarantine. Uh-oh. It's beautiful in here. That's never a good line. Oki? Is that your name? Sure. I like it, despite the history. Listen, I don't know what you're thinking right now, but I wanted to say, I trust you. Okay. And what interactions have we had? I've just been kind of a brat to you? And also done everything you tell me to? I don't know what you knew about the arcology, about Baikal's history on this planet. Even your own history. Zero! Knew absolutely nothing. Red X. But I do know that you helped me. You protected me. You guided me. I owe you for that, no matter where you came from. Okay, thank you. You didn't choose to be created, like any of us. But this place is your home. You're made from pieces of this ocean. From pieces of its past, at least. I'm learning not to be afraid of the past. I'm not afraid of her, either. Of Minnie. If that is her name now. I think she must have found something among those skeletons in the blue. Something truly alien. It changed her. It continues to change her. But perhaps that is what is needed. Change. I've found something I think you need to hear. I've been going through the arcology data, and it wasn't the only facility on this planet. There were 2 other sites, 2 other Baikal facilities. We need to find them. Baikal was up to something on this planet, something bigger than just AI research. I don't want to look away. I want to see what Baikal did here with my own eyes. I've marked the site's coordinates on the dive map. We should be able to cut our way in. This is not just about Minae anymore. It's about Baikal. It's about what happened here. It's about your history and the weight it carries. I'm ready when you are. When am I going to be ready? I suspect we should probably be done for the night here, because this doesn't look like we're heading towards an ending anytime soon. And, I don't want to start like another big, long chain of things. So maybe what I'll do then is we'll just do some reading. Why? 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 Oh my God. Can the base hold all this stuff? Did I just shove stuff into here that does... Oh my God. It overflows. It actually overflows. Are you kidding me? Unreal. Alright, I'll hold on to some garbage, I guess? Just so we can actually see everything else that's in there? Multiple taxonomy entries updated. Cool. No relevant taxonomy entries found? What are you talking about? I guess, okay, I guess there's still an animal on the right side that I didn't find an extra of to name it. We'll have to go back out to that area. Cold fire fan. Snare veil. Slow mason. Good. Deep orrery. Yup. Cold fire bathers. Water bulb. Sail shell. Well, so many different animals. Multiple entries updated. Yep. Alright, and there's these two things that we still haven't been able to scan because there's an animal that we didn't name because we didn't find enough of them. Oh, this is page 2. I just can't scroll. Okay, I see what's going on. That's fine. In that case, keep this. I don't want it. Do we have a new log? We definitely have a new log, right? I know you've been reading these. The access logs show someone has been in the file system of my terminal, and well, by process of elimination, it has to be you. I don't mind. In fact, I suppose I've been writing these entries for an imagined audience anyway. Confessions, or maybe just a need to talk. We make a strange trio now. Me, a depressed xenobiologist who can't keep their mouth shut. You, an AI built from the remains of a sentient species. And your sister? Minae, who is now more plant than human. But as far as I can tell, we're the only ones on this planet who have any chance of finding out what happened here. I think I'm starting to understand why Minae called me here. It was because she trusted me not to give up, not to let this go. Let's not disappoint her. I mean, that can be your goal. I think I'm okay with disappointing her. She's a pile of seaweed now, so not a whole lot there to worry about. So many things. So much information. Cold fire bathers. Cold fire bathers are pale, thick-stalked trefoil plants found in the deep of Gliessa's oceans. The only known specimens currently identified have all been found gathering around glowing fans, basking in their warm light. This suggests that the bathers are photosynthesizing this bioluminescence in order to live, and therefore cannot live outside of the sustaining glow of the fans. This has a knock-on effect for other life, as groupings of bathers then attract other creatures, perhaps to feed on or hide within them. The bathers also seem to produce a type of pollen, made up of small particles that float on the deep water currents. This may well be a seasonal or rare event that my visit has happened to coincide with, or a constant state. Further study of this pollen would be desirable, which I have done. Analysis of bather pollen has shown that they are released around bubbles of oxygen, a waste product of the plant's photosynthesis. These bubbles are surrounded with a layer of pollen particles, which weighs them down so that they do not immediately rise to the surface. Instead, these bubbles drift through the water near the bather, and in many cases settle on the nearby fan. The fans then consume these bubbles, absorbing both the oxygen and pollen, along with anything else which reaches them. This direct exchange of energy and nutrients makes the fans and their bathers closely linked, a strong bond formed under the principle of mutual gain. The sample we acquired of a bather root network shows the presence of bulbs within their root network. These bulbs appear to be a way of the bathers storing the energy gained from their photosynthesis of the fan's bioluminescent light. Concealed in rocky cracks in the softer, silty substrate of the seafloor, it's a lot of S's, they must allow bathers to outlive fans which die off or stop producing light. This suggests that despite appearances, it is not the fans which maintain the bathers, but the other way around. The bathers then, despite appearing like worshippers of the fans, clustered around their bases, create the conditions for the fans to grow within, ensuring themselves a regular supply of light in exchange for oxygen. In a sense, the fans are their captives. That is a fascinating way to frame that. Photosynthetic face. Gas venting stomata. Stems. Pollen producing stamen. Released pollen bubble. Yep, stamen and the stomata all right next to each other. Alright, tell me about slow masons. Slow masons are colorless polyps covered in waving cilia, which etch elaborate spirals into the facility they feed upon. These pale, formless creatures are solitary, but not exclusively so. Some accumulate together in groups, hugging against each other's mass. There appears to be no obvious chemical exchange or communication within these groups, but perhaps the patterns they form as they eat serve some social purpose. Seems unlikely? Seems like a pile of unintelligent life forms. Not expecting sapience from these things. Their exteriors show frequent evidence of consumption by other species, with no obvious method of defense. Upon being threatened by pressure, the polyps recoil, but do not appear to possess the ability to flee rapidly nor fight back. Perhaps sampling their secretions might help us to understand the underlying patterns. Wow, that is a phrase you really don't want to see that often. Sampling their secretions. Did I not? Oh, I didn't. I didn't end up bringing one up with the, something needed to go. I needed to take the other sample. We gotta go back in there. Analysis of the strange molted skin I found in the archaeology caves shows it is clearly formed from the flesh of slow masons. Within the tissue, the bodies of multiple polyps have knitted together over the span of decades, forming one larger communal layer. It may have provided protection, or perhaps it was the birthing sac for some larger unknown form? Shed skin can represent evidence of renewal or transformation. Perhaps the polyps are not mature, but are a larval stage of the species, within each member uniting to form a larger being. As of yet, I found no trace of this matured form of mason, but the cave networks of the ocean floor could hide many creatures that could easily evade discovery. Sail shells. These are the fast movers, right? These shelled creatures, with their large translucent tails, are surprisingly fast for animals of their kind. Occasionally spotted weaving between veils in the deep, they use this speed as a way of evading the slow-moving tangles. They're also dark in color and small, making them a difficult target for other creatures that might hunt them. They use modified back legs with wide oar-like shapes to both propel themselves and make rapid turns. But most distinctive of all their features is their large, translucent tail, which stands like a crest behind them. From my observations, these tails seem to be a form of propulsion for the sail shells, but until I can expect a fragment of one in more detail, this cannot be confirmed. After finding a segment from a sail shell's tail, it seems obvious that these creatures use their tails for propulsion. Yeah, that's obvious, really. But rather than flapping them like a flipper, the sail shells use their tails to catch currents and allow the flow of water to propel them through the deep ocean. Their tails and the rest of their shells are incredibly light, which means that even a mild flow is enough to grant them significant speed. This may also be why they follow the same paths. Their propulsion is best suited to using currents where they can find them, rather than choosing their own route. Oh, that is a really convenient way to cover up that it's easier to code them following the same route over and over. That's so funny. But why travel back and forth through dangerous Veil territory over and over? Perhaps a look at a full sail shell, even a larval one, could help us understand this. After analyzing a clutch of beaded sail shell eggs and inspecting their anatomy, I've started to understand their behavior. Larval sail shells are already forming modified limbs with thin, thread-like whisks on them. These limbs move so fast when the sail shell is swimming that they can't be seen, but in the dormant eggs they're clearly visible. These whisks would allow the sail shells to feed by catching small larval creatures, as well as any other particles of nutrients found in the water. This must be what the sail shells are doing when they follow their carefully selected paths back and forth through the water. It is also likely that the veils attract, trap, and produce tiny particles that the sail shells feed on, hence their close proximity. The result for sail shells is a very risky feeding pattern. Yeah, alright, that checks out. Sail plates, shell markings, nutrient sweepers, swimming limbs. What a fascinating looking creature, honestly. That's pretty cool. I guess these things are tiny, right? These things are like hummingbird sized. Just swimming super fast through the water. Never stopping, like literal hummingbirds. That's funny. That's neat. The fans! I don't have the follow-up thing for the fan, unfortunately. These tall fan shape, because I was missing that piece of as well. I ate it and I was like, okay, I can go back and get it. Oh, I ate too many things. I didn't have enough room to keep them all. These tall fan-shaped filter feeders can be found in the deep ocean of Gliese, where they glow with a distinctive warm bioluminescence. The centerpieces of the deep ocean's oases of life, cold fire fans and their flame-like pulsing light, attract many other creatures to live around them. How this benefits the fan isn't precisely clear, but there are many possibilities, including defense and sustenance. Although the fans themselves do not lack in defenses, as unlike the smaller and paler fans which can be found in the bloom, cold fire fans have a sheddable mucus sheath, which stops them becoming overgrown with other plants and creatures. Sampling and analyzing these sheaths might give some further insight into the role they play in the fans' eating habits. Oh, I guess I did grab a sheath. Well, never mind. Getting hold of a cold fire fan's sheath has brought many other samples with it. The sheath itself was covered in pollen, microbiological colonies, even fecal matter. It seems that the sheath acts as a barrier for large particles, blocking them from reaching the fan's spines, while smaller particles pass through and are digested by the fan. The fan's light is then a beacon, specifically intended to bring creatures into its glow, benefiting the fan with the resulting increase in particles in the local area. The sheath stops this from becoming overwhelming for the fan, and can be shed in order to protect it. The patterns of the fan's light become mysterious, though. Why does each individual display different pulses and waves at different times? And I don't have whatever I would need. Tissue sample required. Okay. Snare veils. Let's go. Snare veils are unique, soft-bodied creatures that resemble a thin sheet of silk studded with lights. Yeah, we've already read this part and this part. So, let's confirm the theories. Having sampled a dying veil, analysis of the tissue demonstrates what a unique creature a snare veil is. Its tissue is threaded through with powerful neural connections, lined with a digestive surface like the interior of an animal intestine, and coated with a layer of light-emitting cells. Wow. So it's like if your stomach were inside out and also glowed? And was also your brain? It is as if a single creature had been turned inside out and rolled out until it was a flat plane, millimeters thick. A snare veil is a totally distributed form of life with no centralized brain, stomach, or other organs at all. It is self-same in its entirety. Any other piece resembles another. What we saw as a dying veil might have been purposely separating itself, as each piece of a veil could grow another tangle. No wonder they've dominated portions of the seafloor. Cool. Water bulbs are pale, soft, egg-shaped creatures with transparent sections in their outer membrane. Water bulbs filter water through their interiors, which are hollow, apart from a single gelatinous sphere which sits at their center. Their anatomy is so unique that it is difficult to understand exactly what these incredibly passive creatures are doing. They seem to have small, stump-like legs at their base for stability, but it is unclear if they can use them to move. Water bulbs seem to simply sit and filter water, while bathing in the pale light at the edge of the fan oases. Perhaps we could understand more by analyzing the petal pollen and other particles they seem to absorb when filtering the oasis' water. The analysis of petal pollen, which reveals them to be water bubbles with a skin of waste matter, fails to add much more to our understanding of the water bulb. No, in fact, I think that only obfuscates things further. It's clear that they gain nutrients, and perhaps some of the oxygen housed in their interior, from their consumption of the pollen, but unlike the glowing fans, they don't seem to be reliant on it. Instead, they display a surprising level of passivity, while absorbing and filtering much of their local environment. They seem to be without predators or prey, and are ignored by many other life forms. I've noticed that some specimens have buds, small growths, which suggest they're growing clones of themselves to reproduce. Perhaps by carefully sampling one of these buds, we might get a miniature picture of the water bulb's anatomy. Analyzing a water bulb bud has provided an important insight into their anatomy. The bulbs themselves are mostly hollow, with only a thin membrane, filled with pores separating them and the water around. The interior side of this membrane is iridescent, lined with hexagonal crystals of guanine. It's awful specific. Producing an effect like the eye shine seen in terrestrial cats, sharks, and other creatures, but on a much larger scale. These crystals reflect light onto the sphere at the center of the bulb, which is in fact a huge and impossibly complex compound eye. It's what? The egg thing that sits there and doesn't move is a giant eyeball? This eye can see a broad spectrum of light, including UV and IR, with at least 36 different photoreceptor types. What are these water bulbs observing? And why when they're so passive? Just the thought of their total vision makes me nervous in their presence. What a weird thing. Layered photoreceptors, the eye in the center, huh? Maybe these were genetically engineered to act as cameras for the artificers when the artificers were still alive and doing things that, you know, showed off that they were sentient. Maybe they were masters of genetic engineering. And instead of doing anything mechanical, they had other life forms that they tailor-made for specific purposes. Seems as likely as anything else. Orreries are complex masses of polyps, tentacles, and other structures that form a web-like structure that swims as one. Unlike a terrestrial jellyfish, orreries appear to be asymmetrical, with marked differences even between individuals. Many of their orbiting sections are thin, blade-like membranes, but structures that resemble strings of translucent pearls, thread-like tentacles, and bulbous polyps also make up a large part of their bodies. Each orrery has a central mass, which is protected by a series of cloud-like soft membranes, twisted around each other like a rose. Close encounters with orreries have shown them to be dangerous hunters, capable of tangling up and shocking their prey into submission. They also deploy shocks as a defensive measure when faced with larger creatures, like me. Perhaps further study of their prey might help. Having analyzed some tissue from the orrery's agile prey, we can begin to understand their behavior. Unable to match other creatures for speed, orreries seem to rely on the dangers presented by deep-sea veils, besides which they are often found. Veils funnel cautious creatures into the orreries' nets, while the orreries themselves don't seem to be affected by the veils and are able to traverse them easily. Oh, I'm glad they called that out, because it was real weird for me to see the orreries just traveling through the veils with no problems, like no shocks, no issues whatsoever. So I'm glad that they call out that the orreries and the veils, like, you know, don't hurt each other as part of the description. So I'm glad that was deliberate. Perhaps the two have a symbiotic relationship, hunting together in a mutually beneficial manner. Outside of this, orreries appear to be mostly lone hunters, and I have seen no social interactions between individuals. But what exactly is an orrery? I would like to understand more about their strange, uneven forms. Perhaps a polyp that had been shed might provide details on their anatomy. Analysis of an orrery polyp has demonstrated that they are indeed colonial creatures. They appear to be made up of both specialized animals of the same species and different creatures of different species. Based on this, the orreries may need to be reclassified, although that would require extensive study and equipment I don't have access to. What I can say about the orreries is that each one seems to have specialized its own growth based on its requirements. Many of these zooids that are part of the colony are able to shift between medusoid, dactylozoid, tentaculozoid, and gastrozoid forms with incredible speed, depending on whether the colony needs to focus on propulsion, feeding, defense, or digestion. This makes each orrery a complex social and biological structure, like a floating city, rather than a lone hunter. Protopolyp. Developed polyp with electrocyte crest. Dang. This looks like a jellyfish octopus. With no tentacles. Weird. It looks weird. That's what it looks like. It looks weird. Alright, well, the next step is to get out there and... Question mark. Data breach detected. Signal? Something something. I wonder if this is supposed to be Where's Ellery? That implies some amount of sentience in the creature that, that Minnie has become. I don't like this. This place is a disaster, man. Life support still holding steady here. So this place may be falling apart, but it's not like actively disintegrating as we watch. And this is about the same levels as before. 34% efficiency. Alright, whatever. Alright, yeah, so next step is get out into the world and go take more samples and find more things. But that is going to be a subject for next stream.